Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Mic check. 1, 2. Mic check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Testing 1 2 3 1 2 3. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Visham Samaru here at Visham Lalman here.
Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. All right.
stations, we will be counting down to the start of the second T20 International between West Indies and India. So we will be counting down from now. Here's the 10 count. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Good afternoon and welcome to live coverage of the second T20 International between West Indies and India at Warner Park in St. Kitts. India lead the series 1-0 after winning the first match in Taruba by a large margin. I'm Vidya Ramphal alongside Visham Lalman for this one. And Visham, West Indies are poor batting performance in Taruba. They'll be looking to equal the series as it shifts to Warner Park today.
Yeah, good afternoon, Vidya. Good afternoon to all the listeners. They certainly bowled out for 122 for 8 in chase of 191 for victory at the Brown Lar Cricket Academy. And yeah, they're looking to bowl first here again, looking to chase again. And Captain Nicholas Puran said at the toss that he would look to bounce back from that. It's just one bad batting performance among a lot of good performances with the bat in T20 cricket. So they are looking to take up that challenge of chasing again, and they would need a more clinical performance with the bat.
As Visham alluded to, the toss has already been taken and the West Indies have won the toss. They've decided to bowl first. And as Visham would have said there, Nicholas Puran, they're assessing the conditions, and he feels that batting second will be good for the team. As for India, I think either way they are certainly going to be comfortable here. India at for the year so far, Visham, they've won 15 out of their 20 matches, and they have gone on a new strategy. They are scoring runs for fun. Their scoring rate 9.32 in those 20 matches. That could be a tall order if they get that at Warner Park.
Yeah, and I think that has been a concern for the Indian team in the past, their rate of run scoring, and they've elevated that now this year. 9.45, they've elevated it to that, and Captain Rohit Sharma is very happy with the performances of the Indian team. India, no stranger to the top and to winning games. Of course, they are first on the ICC T20 International rankings as well, so that just will boost their confidence.
It certainly will. Of course, India haven't won the T20 World Cup since they won the inaugural edition back in 2007 in South Africa. West Indies have gone on to win 2 since then. But as for the West Indies fans will be hoping that the team can go on to win a third title later on this year in Australia. However, that is looking a bit far away now because the team, very young team, they are missing quite a few, at least 3 key players. One of them saying today that he hopes to be in maroon soon again. But the West Indies still trying to, in a sense, find an identity after losing the likes of Chris Gale, Kieron Pollard and Dwayne Bravo to retirement.
Yeah, definitely so. It's a rebuilding phase for the West Indian team, and yeah, I think that has been a concern for them of recent times, that lack of experience. But there's someone like Jason Holder there alongside Nicholas Puran as well, who can lend his assistance. There's a number of players who have played a lot of international cricket. Rovman Paul as well, he's just joined Nicholas Puran at the helm. He's the vice captain. So you have to say it's the rebuilding phase, and you would expect them to do well as time progresses.
However, while the West Indies are still in the rebuilding phase, teams like India, who did not qualify for the playoff round in the World Cup last year, they've made some bold changes to their team. They're doing different things, and the West Indies have a lot to do. Well, the umpires for today's game, Gregory Brathwaite and Leslie Reefer, would be the 2 umpires for today's match. They are heading out to the middle right now, and that will be the situation. Now, as for the changes for the team, West Indies have made 2 changes. Brooks and Paul are out.
You know, surprisingly, Brooks is out. He had a good performance with the bat atop with Kyle Mayers at the Brown Lar Cricket Academy, and of course Kimo Paul. That's surprising to me because the Pacers, normally enjoy themselves at the Warner Park in St. Kitts, and surprisingly as well, India, they added a pacer to their lineup.
Yeah, well, yes, it is. They have taken out Ravi Bishnoi, who had 2 wickets here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy, and they have added They've brought in Avish Khan. Now, to some, thinking about, so let's give you the team lineups. The West Indies, Puran captain, Powell vice captain, and they include Hetmeyer, Holder, Hussain, Joseph King is back in, along with Mayers, McCoy, and Devon Thomas has been brought in. As for India, Rohit Sharma, the captain, is up there. Surya, Kumar, Yadav, Iyer, Pant, Pandya, Jadeja, Kartik, Ashwin, Kumar has stayed in. Arshdeep Singh is still there, and Avish Khan has been added to the India lineup. So they're going with the extra pace there, and not too surprising in that, Visham, because Warner Park has a history of favouring pacers in T20 matches. In 10 T20 matches there, 71 wickets have gone to the pacers, so that should be a pitch that the pacers would, West Indies would want to stock up on their pacers there.
Yeah, you have to say so. And overall, bowlers tend to enjoy themselves here, and of course, rightly so. Nicholas Puran winning the toss, electing to bowl first in the 10 matches as well. We've seen on 6 occasions the team bowling first winning.
Yeah, that's right. Now, the India openers are heading out there right now. Of course, you would see Rohit Sharma. Now, I'm seeing a batsman heading out, and he has Arshdeep Singh on his back, but that is not Arshdeep Singh. Arshdeep Singh is at least twice that size. And so Arshdeep Singh is not going to be opening the batting. So in case you're also looking at the television and wondering why he's going out there to bat without his turban, so this batter is out there for India right now. And it is Surya Kumar Yadav, in case you're wondering. He did open in the first match against West Indies at Taruba. He got 24 of 16. So Yadav and Rohit Sharma will start once again here for India. Few surprises there.
Yeah, a few surprises. And India have used 7 openers in this year thus far in T20 International cricket. And well, they've added, Surya Kumar Yadav atop the order now. You see it here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy earlier in the first T20. And now he's getting that opportunity again. He got a start of 24, as he said, and he'd want to capitalize on a start like that if he gets off today. Smaller ground at St. Kitts, so he can use that to his advantage.
Yeah, and it is Obed McCoy who will start off here. And if McCoy can take an early wicket, it's going to be great for the West Indies. And the conditions here, the wonderful green ground here in Warner Park in St. Kitts. Here's Obed McCoy. He's into Rohit Sharma, and his first delivery, it is good, being played straight to the short fielder at short third man, and there's a wicket off the first ball. What a start here. And Rohit Sharma's gone first ball, and it is a wicket here for Obed McCoy, the ideal start for the West Indies.
Well, he has a laugh, Rohit Sharma, but I don't think he'd be very happy. It was a naughty looking push at that delivery outside the off stump, a delivery that was just pitching short of a good length. It was climbing on Rohit Sharma, just prodding at it, and that ball ballooned straight to Akhil Hussain at a backward point, and it was an easy catch.
Oh yeah, that was great there. There was a slip in place, and there was also Akhil Hussain at that wide third man position, and we saw Hussain take a couple of catches in that position. India also used that position to very good effect in the last game. So what a start here for the West Indies, and it's the ideal tonic here for the West Indies as they start, given that dismal batting performance in the last game. Here they are with a wicket first ball and the dangerous Rohit Sharma gone.
Yeah, that would certainly give them some confidence to start this game off. Rohit Sharma had a half century in that last game, 64-44, and getting a first baller here in this one, my oh my, what a start for the West Indians.
Yeah, and great start for them, and they will send out Shreyas Iyer, got a duck in the last game, so he will be, he is also one of those openers. Well, he's not one of the openers that has been used in the past year. As you mentioned there, in 2022, India have used 7 openers. The most successful of them has been Ishan Kishan, 419 runs, and surprisingly, he hasn't gotten a look in this Caribbean series. Didn't play in any of the T20s, and has not in the 2020 match, and did not play in any of the ODIs.
Yeah, surprisingly, he looked good in Ireland when they were there as well. Ishan Kishan was given the opportunity there, but not, as you said, not playing any matches in the Caribbean.
Shreyas Iyer, the right-hander, facing up to Odin McCoy. And this one he's playing square the wicket. Thought about the single, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. And Shreyas Iyer certainly has some work to do. That 4-ball duck in the last one. Vishan, the man from Mumbai, 27 years old. He's very vastly experienced and averages 33.25 in T20 internationals. In T20s, he actually averages less. You tend to see batters average more in the T20s rather than in the T20 internationals. Here is Odin McCoy. He's in once again. Here he is into Iyer, playing it on the leg side, straight to the fielder, and there is no run. So a nice start here by Odin McCoy.
Yeah, hitting a good hard length there, Odin McCoy, and he is bowling a tight line as well. That's been his modus operandi in the last T20 as well since coming back. But you mentioned Shreyas Iyer. He hasn't been bad in T20 international cricket in 2022. He has an average of 50.14 and 351 runs.
Yeah, not bad at all. Odin McCoy, injured last year for the World Cup. Here he is in once again. Ayer's driving this past him. Oh, it's hit the stumps. It's not going to go for 4. He hit that. He struck that really fiercely, and Iyer hit that beautifully. But luckily for the bowler, hit the stumps there, and well, they're not going to get a run. So still no run for 1 wicket.
Excellent start for the West Indies. Odin McCoy coming back into this West Indies team, and he's been bowling beautifully. Yeah, that was a good shot there from Iyer. Had that pass to Sam, it could have run away for 4.
Well, the thing is, it didn't touch the bowler's hand. The non-striker would have been caught out of his ground. The next ball, he's defended, and there is no run once again. And Odin McCoy, certainly he really improved in 2021 and got himself into the West Indies team for that World Cup. However, an injury ended up with him out of the tournament. West Indies also lost Fabian Allen pretty early before that tournament started. So that would have done a lot of things there in terms of affecting the West Indies' chances in that World Cup. Last ball of the first over, it's McCoy, and this one is driven. He looked to drive it on the offside, went to mid-wicket instead, and there's no run. Iyer on 0. Surya Kumar Yadav yet to face a ball. It is none for 1 after 1 over.
Yeah, a maiden wicket over for the West Indies from Odin McCoy, continuing his good bowling from that first T20, and of course which he had 1 for 30 in 4 overs. It was a brilliant spell, and well, Shreyas Iyer looks as though he can't get him away just yet. Surya Kumar Yadav is yet to face a ball.
Well, this game starting 3 hours late. The equipment, actually, there was a problem with the equipment coming in from Trinidad to St. Kitts. We can't tell you where the problem exactly originated, but it was dealing with the equipment. You can't play cricket without pads and bats, can you?
No, you certainly cannot.
Well, you can try, but it won't work. It's not the same.
I think we've seen that before. I didn't see it before, but I've read about it before. Vidya, you may have seen it before in 1994 in India, and in that Vizag ODI when the luggage went to Madras instead of the Visakhapatnam.
That's right. Here is Alzari Joseph, first ball of the new over. This one is a shorter delivery, played out towards the gully region, the keeper fields, and there is no run. So still India yet to score after 7 balls. Yeah, it was a reduced match, wasn't it? They had to reduce the overs because the luggage came late, and that happened in India, which is such a vast country, but makes you wonder, how does that happen? It goes to the south of India instead of in another direction. Here's Alzari Joseph. He's running in now to bowl second ball of the second over, and this one is another delivery just back of a length, and he's playing it off the back foot, and there is no run to Yadav.
Well, Surya Kumar Yadav, he's had some problems with those deliveries outside his off stump of recent. And in that second ODI, leading up to the second ODI at the Queen's Park Oval, we read about Surya Kumar Yadav playing on four occasions of his recent 5 matches.
It's been a problem for him, and here is the next delivery. It's no playing on this time, as that's hit high over extra cover for 6 runs. What a shot there by Yadav. He's an exciting stroke player, the Mumbai Indians man, and that time made that look ridiculously easy. A drive that goes into the stands for 6.
Yeah, not looking to overhit that ball at all, just helping it over the fence there, over cover. One of the more difficult shots to play in the game of cricket. That inside out shot over cover, and all the way for 6 as well. What a blow.
Yeah, there was very little chance of that being caught. That cleared the boundary by some margin there from off the bat of Surya Kumar Yadav. 4 deliveries, 3 deliveries gone. Here's the 4th. It is a full delivery driven out towards extra cover, and they've gotten 1 here. And here's the throw coming in. Oh, it's an overthrow, and they will get a second run. So the West Indies, after taking the wicket off the first ball, have donated a second run here to India. They are now 8 for 1 after 1.4 overs.
You know, the first runs on the board for India coming off that 6. And, well, that gives Surya Kumar Yadav his first runs as well. But it was an excellent piece of fielding there at cover. And then Nicholas Pura looking to fire that one in. Devon Thomas couldn't collect cleanly, and they were allowed to go through for a second run.
What do you make of the inclusion of Devon Thomas? He's you could give us that after this ball. Here is the 5th delivery balled by Alzari Joseph, and this one's flicked away into the gap. It's not going to go to the boundary. At least it's going to get close. That's a good bit of fielding to pull it back by Hussain, and they get 2 more. Lovely timing again here by Shreyas Iyer, and he picks up a double.
Yeah, well, you know, Devon Thomas, a good inclusion to the West Indies team, I think, just to bolster that batting lineup of their team. But again, I'm still surprised to see, you know, Shamar Brooks being left out. I have to say that. Not too sure if there was a niggle in between, you know. But certainly, Devon Thomas, I think he's a good inclusion. He's an attacking batsman as well, and he can rotate the strike, so we'll have to wait and see what he does.
Here is Alzari Joseph, last ball of the second over. He's bowling to Kumar. And this Iyer, in fact, and that one is hit. It's a repeat of the shot. This time it's Shreyas Iyer who's hit it for 6. Maybe a little bit finer than the last one. It's caught in the crowd, but that's not going to count. And India have gotten 17 runs off the second over. It's 17 for 1 after 2.
Yeah, not a good start for Alzari Joseph, who had been a bit expensive as well in that last game. Alzari Joseph, just 46 runs. My, in his 4 overs. He picked up 2 wickets though, but he was a bit expensive. Not starting well here today at Warner Park. And as we said, it's a small ground here, 65 and 70 meters either side of this Warner Park ground. And, well, Iyer and Surya Kumar Yadav making use of that, full use of it, I should say. And was a lovely shot, to say the least.
Well, here's the start of the new over, and the lovely shot by Iyer, and it was as easy as you like. He looked even easier, the one that Yadav hit away for 6 runs. So 2 sixes in the second over, and India going along at 8.5 and over after 2 overs. And 17 runs in the second over. What a poor start. Here is McCoy at the other end. And this one is that true? He's taking the edge, appealing for the catch at the wicket. And it is another one here for McCoy. The first ball is doing the trick for McCoy. And he's taken down Iyer. He's gone. And Iyer has been caught behind by Devon Thomas for 6 runs.
Yes, it's actually Surya Kumar Yadav was driving at that one. And my oh my, this is a second wicket down. It was a simple catch for Devon Thomas. So he's assisting in the second wicket already in this game for the West Indies. He's into the action. And what a delivery it was. It was well pitched up from the left arm seamer. He had Yadav driving, who has to go for 11. Another start and not being able to push on.
Yeah, it is Yadav. He's the man who's been dismissed here. And Yadav again has failed to really get going after a good start. 11 for 6, and that is the end of him. So after he had 24 of 16 in the last game and 11 of 6 this time around, so that is the second failure for him, and he's one of those 7 openers, as you mentioned, that India have used. So that's going to bring Rishabh Pant in, and Pant has had a great record in ODI cricket, still yet to establish himself in T20s. His strike rate just about 124, 350s in there, but he is a man on the move. And that one outside the off stump, he drove at it, maybe the footwork a little bit lazy, took the outside edge and threw to the keeper, and that was an easy catch for Devon Thomas, who's back in the T20 side.
Yeah, and Obed McCoy working up some pace as well. That ball just holding its line, not moving that much. And yeah, playing inside the line of that one there, Surya Kumar Yadav.
So there's going to be Pant who's going to face up now. It's second ball of the third over. So wickets off the first delivery of the last 2 overs here for McCoy. So on the other side, on either side of the 17 runs in the second over, it's quite a strange looking game at the moment. Here is McCoy. Pant is playing this one square of the wicket. There is no run, straight to backward point. And Pant, you know about his record. He's been exceptional, hasn't he?
Yeah, and he likes pace bowling as well, Rishabh Pant. He likes to take on the seamers. And in T20 cricket, he scored 528 runs against the pace bowlers. So he likes them as opposed to a spin bowling where he just scored 260.
Yeah, he might more likely, given the way the time he bats, pace the pacers at the top instead of the spinners. Here is McCoy. This one's flicked away down the leg side. Is that going to go all the way? It has gone bouncing away towards the boundary, and that is the third 6 of the innings. India on to 23 for 2. Shreyas Iyer on 6, and Pant now off the mark on 6 runs.
Yes, stand and deliver stuff there from Rishabh Pant. Not really moving that front foot, just whipping it, so to speak, backward of square leg. And you can say it's a scoop as well, but it went all the way for 69 meters, that one going.
3 sixes already. All 3 batters have gotten off the mark with 6s so far. So that's the measure of what's happening in this game. And it's not the largest of grounds, so it is one where you will see a fair number of 6s. 71 wickets in 10 matches before this one for the Pacers at Warner Park. Here is McCoy into Pant again, and this one he's playing square of the wicket. They go through for the single, and this time the fielder is a bit deep, and they can't cut that off. Warner Park was also the ground where England bowled out the West Indies for 45. That's their lowest ever score in this format, and certainly not a good memory for West Indies fans.
Yeah, England had made 182 for 6 in that game, and that was in 2019. Sam Billings had 87 or 47. Chris Jordan had 4 for 6. I don't think West Indies want to remember that game too much.
We have to remind you, that's our responsibility. Here is McCoy. This one Ayers playing in front of him is no run. He's back on strike. He remains on 6. Pant is on 7. And there's going to be one more remaining in the over. Now here at Warner Park, West Indies' top score is 147 for 3. The highest score ever here at Warner Park is 182 for 6. That was in that very game where West Indies were bowled out for 145. So it's not a very high-scoring ground. Because of this pitch favoring the Pacers, it tends to be a lot lower scoring. Here is McCoy. His figure's 2 for 7. And this one is driven high over the extra cover region again. That's going to bounce away down towards the boundary. No one's going to catch that. Or will they? It's been pulled back, and that's a wonderful save. Great bit of work by Puran. No one bar Puran might have been able to pull that back. And he saved a run, possibly a couple here, as India are 27 for 2 at the end of 3 overs.
Well, Nicholas Puran has been enjoying his time in the field, not with the gloves, but he's been enjoying his time in that cover region. This time giving a long chase there down to that deep extra cover fence, and he did very well, diving and rolling over and stopping that one just before it went into the boundary. So excellent stuff from the West Indian captain, setting the example and setting the bar high.
Well, that's one of the advantages of bringing Thomas in, because he is such a good all-round player in terms of he can bat, he can field, he's very good in the field, and he also is a solid wicket keeper, and he can bowl. He can bowl some medium pace also. And releasing him and having Puran in the field certainly does lift the level of fielding for the West Indies.
Yeah, definitely so. I think that's maybe the reason to add Devon Thomas into the team. He adds so much value to your team as well.
Odin Smith, 15 matches, 10 wickets for him. Odin Smith has forced his way into the West Indies team. Had a very good CPL in 2021 with the Guyana Amazon Warriors. Previously played for Trinidad and Tobago in the first-class series. That's up to the end of that truncated first-class season in 2020. Here he is now for the West Indies. And certainly has put on a lot of strength in that upper body. He hits the ball very hard, but he hits the pitch also very hard. Here he is. This one's wide of the wicket, and that one wide of the pitch. Shy of the stumps at the striker's end from Puran. It's taken this time by Thomas, and there is just 1 run. Iyer 10, and Pant is on to 7.
Yeah, Odin Smith, a very strong man. When he was here at the Brandlar Cricket Academy, when we were there for that game, he was doing his fielding practice, and he was rocketing the ball into the fielding coach's mitt, and there was a thud as it was sent back into the mitt. And tell you what, he's a very strong man.
He certainly is here at Warner Park. Lovely stadium. The mountains in the background. Nice light lime green to the pavilion area. And Odin Smith sweating profusely. A lot of sweat on his brow and all the way down his arm. It's quite a hot day. Windy, however. He wants a fielding change and gets that change right now. He's about to bowl his second delivery, 28 for 2 India, and here is Smith. This one's a short delivery, pulled away by Pant, and just going to be one this time. In fact, the batsmen have crossed for 2. The fielder at that backward square leg position had to move across to his right, Rovman Powell, and they get 2 more. Pant is on to 9.
Yeah, he did very well there, Rovman Powell. So 2 good pieces of fielding already coming from the captain, Nicholas Puran, or the vice captain, Rovman Powell. So yeah, good work in the field thus far from the West Indians.
Smith done for 3 off his first 2 deliveries. Here he is in once again with the shortest run-up of his. And this one, Pant is playing onto the leg side. Smith himself runs after it, and they get 1, and he does well. Oh, he pulls it back, and he drops the ball, and they still get 2. So his chase to mid-wicket is in vain, Odin Smith. It's 2 more runs to the total.
Yeah, and in this game, I think the West Indies would want to look at the extras column. They would want to limit the amount of extras that they bowl in this game. In the last game, they bowled 17 extras as opposed to India, who just bowled 6.
Yeah, that's 17 extras. I think there were some, was there a couple of wides in there?
Yeah, 8 wides in that.
So maybe 2 that, 2, yeah, there were a couple of wides there. 1 no ball, 4 leg byes, and 4 byes also in there. So here's the next delivery from Smith, and this is flicked over fine leg for 6 runs, the 4th 6 of the innings. It was a short delivery, and Pant just got under it and sort of just jabbed it. Nice little, you can't call that a flick. Yeah, he just, maybe not a hook shot, but he just sort of flicked it over the fine leg who was inside the circle, and that went over the ropes for another 6.
Well, that one, he got inside the line of it there, and again, whipping it, you have to say, over deep backward square leg. It's a very good shot from Rishabh Pant. At the moment, they are dealing in 6s.
Well, with the pace that is on offer here at this Warner Park field, the West Indies might be feeling that they can try out the Indians in terms of their supposed weakness to short bowling. Here's Smith. He's now round the wicket. This is high up into the air. Is that going to go all the way for 6 runs just over the head of Joseph, who was tracking back from mid-off, and the chance has gone. He couldn't get up to it. He mishit that one, Pant, and he survives. They've gone on by 2 more. Pant is up to 19 and India 40 for 2.
Yeah, racing along here, the Indians at the moment, but it'll be a bit concerned with that wickets column though. Again, pace on offer there. That one hitting very low on the bat there of Rishabh Pant. And Joseph, you have to say it's a good effort. He was running back. He almost got to it, but he couldn't reach in the end.
Pant is 19 off 7 deliveries. He faces up once again to Odin Smith, who is coming round the wicket to him, the man from Jamaica. And this one's guided down into the short third man position holder fields, and there is no run. A rare dot ball in the early part of this innings. India have really relayed the way they have done their ODI cricket. Shreyas Iyer on 10, Pant is on 19, and the India are 40 for 2 after 4 overs. That's the latest score from Warner Park.
Yeah, so it's you know, the Indians in this tournament, in this series, and the Indians of recent, they're looking to help themselves in that top order. As you mentioned, 7 openers used this year in T20 International cricket, but a West Indies team bowling first today. I'd be interested to see how they bowl at the back end of the innings. They have not enjoyed themselves in the death overs at all, so this is going to be very interesting today. It's a test for them.
Here's Alzari Joseph back in from the other end. This was coming off the pad of Iyer, and Iyer is looking to play that one down the leg side. Didn't get a touch onto the pad. He is on 10 of 10 deliveries. Alzari Joseph conceding 17 runs off his first over. He needs to come up big here in the second over.
He does, and in some hot conditions as well for Alzari Joseph. They mentioned the weather video being looks as though it's very hot out there at the moment, and they're saying that it's expected to be around 31 degrees Celsius.
Here's the next delivery, short wide outside the off stump and bounce, and he takes the edge, and it's caught behind by Thomas, and Iyer is gone for 10, 40 for 3 now, playing at one outside the off stump. The extra bounce once again does the trick. That's how they got Rohit Sharma. Yadav also went to it, and now Iyer perishes. So while the Indians have picked up the boundaries, the extra bounce is still troubling them.
Yeah, very naughty there from Shreyas Iyer, wide outside the off stump, chasing at that, and you rightfully said they need to work out these Indian batsmen here with those short deliveries. Iyer goes for 10 off 11, caught by Devon Thomas, the wicketkeeper, of the bowling of Alzari Joseph.
So 40 for 3 now, and India, who have scored at over 9.4 and over during the year. What they have done, Visham, as we were talking about that earlier, they've changed their tactics, because after failing to qualify for the playoffs last year in the World Cup, they've redone their entire approach to T20 cricket. This 9.4 plus that they're going at in terms of their run rate in T20 cricket is because, one, they are front-loading with their finishers. They're putting the big finishers, the likes of Yadav and Pant, they're putting them up there to go in and hit, to basically destroy teams from the start. And also they're picking a lot of specialists. We'll see more about that later. Singh, who's known for those Yorkers, he's come into the side. And also Karthik, who had that brilliant innings in Trinidad when India got up to that score of 190 for 6.
Yeah, Dinesh Karthik, what a find he has been late in his career here for the Indians. You have to appreciate how well he has done. And that last game, 41 not out of 17. He's going to have his part to play later on in this innings here at Warner Park as well. And yeah, one of the key things for them, just understanding and recognizing their rules and responsibilities.
Hardik Pandya has come in. He's facing up now to Joseph, and Joseph down the leg side. That comes off the pad. It's beaten Thomas, and that has run away for 4 runs. Leg by is signaled by the umpire, and Leslie Reefer lifts up the right leg in time, and shows that has gone off for 4. Alzari Joseph, well, the West Indies seamers, it is a concerted plan, as we're seeing. They're going just short of a length here, and to really test the back foot play of these Indian batsmen.
Yeah, certainly 44% of their deliveries thus far have been pitched in short on this track. So certainly clear intentions here by the West Indian bowlers.
Yeah, that's part of the tactical structure of the West Indies here. Here is Alzari Joseph. He's running in now. He's bowling over the wicket. That one surprised the batter there, Hardik Pandya. That one was rising on him, and he didn't deal with it altogether comfortably. Plays it out square of the wicket. There's no run.
Yeah, that was a testing delivery there for Hardik Pandya. He looked very surprised when he played that one, just dropping the hands on it. Doing the right thing, playing with soft hands, taking off that bottom hand off the bat. And yeah, very good play there from Hardik Pandya. Good cricket on both ends, both from Alzari Joseph and Hardik Pandya.
Better return over here from Alzari Joseph, and the tall man from Antigua running back in once again. Here he is. This one he's driving, and that's gone past to the inside of the mid-off fieldsman. That thuds into the ropes for 4 runs, and Pandya has broken the mold here. He's off with a boundary instead of a 6, as all the other batters of India. He's up to 4 of 3, and Panta at the other end has been going well, but that's a lovely shot. It wasn't exactly a full delivery. Hit that on the up. He hit that beautifully.
Yeah, and it was a delivery that was coming back in to Pandya as it pitched as well. Well played, presenting the full face of the bat to Alzari Joseph, and just wide of Nicholas Pran mid-off.
Joseph Pierce's last ball of the 5th over, and this one's played in front of him. There's no run. It's gone out straight to the cover position, and he has stayed on 4. 19 for Pant. India are 48 for 3 after 5 overs here in the second T20 International. That's the latest score from Warner Park.
Yeah, it's an excellent start from both teams, but losing 3 wickets in the power play already. The first wicket falling with the score on 0, second on 17, and the third on 40. So this is some start here by the West Indians, but the Indians as well, looking at their runs at the moment, 48. That's some start for them. Rohit Sharma, he has been dismissed for a golden duck by Obed McCoy, caught by Akhil Hussain at a short third man. Surya Kumar Yadav, he went off the bowling of McCoy, caught by Thomas for 11. And Shreyas Iyer, he went off the bowling of Joseph, caught by Thomas again for 10. So it's going to be Odin Smith who is going to continue, conceding 13 in his first over. And he's awaiting Rishabh Pant at the moment. Rishabh Pant, of course, you remember how he had been dismissed at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy in that first T20. He was caught at third man. And a wide delivery from Kemo Paul. Kemo Paul, of course, being left out today. Here's Odin Smith as he runs into Pant. A wide delivery outside the off stump that's played away to cover. Well fielded there at cover. So Pant missing out on a wide delivery there. Brandon King, who has come in today, fielding that one.
Yeah, King and Shepherd back in the West Indies squad. Actually, they missed out on the first T20 because they had US visa appointments. They were up at in Marley Street in Port of Spain, and they had their appointments there. Hopefully, they were successful.
Here's Smith again with the second deliveries coming in now, passes the umpire, short, wide, cut away by Rishabh Pant, but he'll find the fielder. He'll have to settle for one, just jogging down to the other end. And of course Rohit Sharma going off the very first ball of the innings, prodding at one outside the off stump. Iyer, he went as well. He was the third wicket to fall, but Surya Kumar Yadav, he was caught by Devon Thomas. Both Iyer and Surya Kumar Yadav giving Devon Thomas his 2 catches today.
Yeah, and those were, well, the second one, which was Yadav, that one was not, it was a fuller delivery. He got so many shorter deliveries. When the fuller one came off, he went after it and didn't quite get the footwork right. He was caught behind. And then Iyer going to another shorter delivery. So 2 short deliveries, 2 wickets here. So the West Indies tactics have worked to an extent.
India going at 9.19. Here's Odin Smith, short and wide and cut away uppishly by Hardik Pandya, and that goes all the way for 6. So Pandya gets into the action now of the 6s. He hits his first, and it's 55 for 3.
What a shot there by Pandya, and it is a pitch that as we have mentioned, favors the pacers. So the short ball is always going to be on here. That one was dug into the pitch, but it was a bit too wide, and Pandya, without a fear or a care in the world, just slashed that over, high over cover for 6 runs. Smith is disappointed, but I think he really should have gotten that one on the body. It was much too wide of the off stump.
Yeah, we saw one from Alzari Joseph that was pitched on the body of Hardik Pandya and had him in some problems for a while. But I think Smith will realize that that one was too wide. Let's see how he will rebound here now. He comes in to Hardik Pandya, who moves out of the way. It seemed as though he wasn't ready for that one.
He seemed to be in position to play, but I think something distracted him. Could have been someone walking across behind the stumps on the umpire's side. But the West Indies, in terms of their the way they pitched the ball here today, in the first ODI, they would have pitched it just about a good length. But in this one, it's just about a half, maybe a 3 or 4 feet short of where they did at Brian Lara.
Odin Smith is into Hardik Pandya, and another short delivery here, but this one a bit closer. Pandya fending at it, and it passes the outside edge into the hands of Devon Thomas. A good delivery there from Odin Smith, and Odin Smith continues to bowl well, getting the opportunity here today, but Pandya just fending at that one. Luckily didn't take the outside edge.
Yeah, it's lucky, and that one certainly did not take the edge, but you can see that he's working to instructions. He pounded himself on the side of the head with the bat.
Here he is again, a wide delivery. He's going for that wide delivery outside the off stump, and Pandya missing out. He plays it straight to Brandon King at cover.
Good stop there by King, and certainly that visa appointment hasn't affected his hands at all, has it? He's took that one very well, and I was a little worried when I heard about that visa appointment issue, because the processing usually takes 10 working days, and those matches are next week.
Odin Smith into Pandya, slashed away hard, forward of point, and Hetmeyer comes around to his left at backward point, and he limits them to 1. So at the end of 6 overs, India, they are 56 for 3. The power play has been completed. India going at 9.33 and over, but a concern for them is those 3 wickets.
Yeah, it is a concern, but as we mentioned, India have been front-loading. It's no longer what would have happened previously. Previously, India would have relied on their top three. When you have the likes of Sharma, you have Kohli coming in there. I mean, they would rely on those and just pack the team with some medium pacers, bits and pieces players coming through the middle. That's no longer happening. They're going with the specialists underneath, but they're packing all of those finishers. What the IPL has done, each of these teams has been producing these finishers in the game, and as a result now India have 4 or 5 finishers that they're finding trouble to work in. So they've decided, why play one finisher when we can have about 3 or 4 at the top? And then we have Dinesh Karthik as the sort of insurance man. Akil Hussein's coming in.
Yeah, Akil Hussain, left-arm orthodox spinner here for the West Indies. First sign of spin. This one is played away into the onside, turned around the corner by Hardik Pandya, and he will get 1. So the score moves up by 1 to 57 for 3. Pandya looks a bit unhappy with that shot there. We have thought that he could have put away that one. It was a bit short, but it was straight from Akil Hussain.
Yes, Akil Hussain has had what a great time he's had since he's coming into this team. Made his T20 debut in July, and only 5 other players have a better economy rate than his 6.98 in his career so far.
Yeah, those players: Mahidi Hassan from Bangladesh, Shakib Al Hassan, Adam Zampa, and Simi Singh from Ireland. Is Akil Hussain. He comes into Rishabh Pant. A short delivery that's pulled away. And will that go all the way? No, it won't. It will go into the boundary for 4. Backward of square leg. Brandon King has to do the clean-up work. And that's 4 runs to Rishabh Pant and the Indians. They move up to 61 for 3.
Yeah, it's more of a sweep there. A lap sweep there from Pant. Look at that. The front leg goes down outside of the off stump. And he just lifts that over the fine leg fielder. That bounces away for 4 runs. 61 for 3.
He seems to like that shot, Rishabh Pant. And here's Akil Hussain, passes the umpire. He goes and goes hard again. Over deep mid-wicket, but it goes into the hands of Odin Smith, who takes a simple catch in the end. Akil Hussain, what a comeback after being struck for 6. He picks up his first. Rishabh Pant has to go. And what a blow that is for the West Indies. He has to go for 24. The score now 61 for 4.
And Pant was going so well. 12 balls, 1 4, 2 6s. He was going along at a strike rate of 200, but he has had to go now. And that was a good catch by Smith. Had to move away to his right. And Hussain, who is the top wicket taker in ODI cricket, has also moved up there in T20 cricket. He gets rid of the dangerous Rishabh Pant.
A bit over-aggressive maybe at the start. The Indians, Pant gone for 24 of 12 deliveries, striking at 200s. And Ravindra Jadeja is the man coming out to the middle now for the Indians. And it's going to be a test for both Jadeja and Hardik Pandya here. And Akil Hussain, we've mentioned the Pacers enjoying themselves here at Warner Park, but Akil Hussain coming in and striking immediately for the West Indies. Akil Hussain, we spoke about his economy rate of 6.98, and how well has he done as well in this ODI Super League. He's topping the charts with 35 strikes in T20 games, in 20 games, with an economy rate of 4.46.
Well, Jadeja, who averages 23 with the bat, and he's facing up to Akil Hussain. There's a nice little subplot to this particular battle, because Akil Hussain, back in 2013, he wrote on Twitter, "I want to play like this guy," and he meant Ravindra Jadeja.
And here he is bowling to Jadeja, who is forward and plays it back to Hussain. A top delivery from Akil Hussain.
Jadeja is very much his idol. He idolizes Ravindra Jadeja. One of his prized possessions was getting a signed t-shirt from him.
Well, he'd want to get his wicket. He's using his feet here, Jadeja, to Hussain. But Hussain diving away to his left. It goes past that left hand. And Jadeja gets through for a single. And there's a laugh there from Hussain, who has a word with Jadeja as well. I'm sure they're speaking about that video.
Yeah, he almost got his idol there. That wasn't far away from him. It was just about a foot or two from his right hand. He made a half dive across. Jadeja survives.
Will Hardik Pandya take on Hussain here with the score on 62 for 4? Here's Hussain, comes in to Pandya, who plays it uppishly down to long on, and he will get 1. They'll have to settle for that. The final delivery of the over at the end of 7. It's 63 for 4. Hardik Pandya, he's on 13. Jadeja, he just come out there to the middle, he's on 1.
7 runs coming in the over, and Akil Hussain continuing to do very well here. As we mentioned, with his career, he goes along at just under 7 in his economy rate, and that's been one of the hallmarks of his career so far with the West Indies team. Certainly, he is very much a thinking player, and there was an interview that he would have given that his good friend Carrie Peer would have given, and even though those two are rivals for the very same position on the team, they still continue to work together and offer each other advice on how to improve. Great to see.
And Carrie Peer said in that interview that he isn't surprised by the returns from Akil Hussain. He said, you know, Akil Hussain is very focused, and his accuracy and consistency has been really good at the helm. Jason Holder is into the attack now. Here he is with the 8 over. He runs in with his first delivery, and he bowls a shortish delivery that doesn't rush on to Pandya, but it is played back to Holder. Dot ball.
Holder's always a difficult customer to get away. He has been a little bit off color since his return from COVID-19 in the last ODI and the first T20. Didn't look quite himself, but he's always going to be difficult because he's coming. He's 6'7" to start with, so when that ball comes down, it's coming around 8 feet down, so he gets that extra bounce.
He's the tall man. He passes the umpire and bowls, and this one is just turned into the onside, and Holder cannot hold on, and Pandya gets one.
Opportunity here for the West Indies to perhaps put the brakes on this India innings. The scoring rate, which had topped off at 10 in the 4th over, has started to go down just a little bit here. So with Hussain coming back, he will pull things back, and the fact that India have lost their top 4 so far. But on the other side, Holder tends to be, usually is very economical. If we see the version of Holder that we normally see, we could see this India rate starting to go down and perhaps exert some pressure on the India middle order right now. Yeah, next up will be Karthik.
Yeah, definitely. And after Karthik, there's only Avish Khan, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. They get into the bowlers after Karthik. So 2 wickets here, and the West Indies can be in a really good position.
Yeah, perhaps 2 doors to knock down here for the West Indies.
Here's Holder as he runs in. The tall frame of Jason Holder. Short, that's coming back into Jadeja, who plays it to backward point to an aggressive Akil Hussain, who rockets that throw back in. And what a power play it was for the West Indies.
Yes, it certainly was. Very eventful. 56 runs coming off it, and West Indies also getting 3 wickets. So it was a very good contest between these two teams. And another bit of a battle going on. It was Akil Hussain who tried to throw down the stumps just a moment ago, because he idolizes Jadeja. He wants to get him out, though.
Here's Holder, and this one is pulled away by Jadeja. Short delivery, and Hetmeyer comes racing in from that deep mid-wicket boundary, and only 1 to Jadeja. Just 2 of 4 deliveries. Hardik Pandya has gone on 14 of 12. Remember, we are into the 8 over. And it's the second T20 International, the gold medal T20 International, powered by Kent Water Purifiers. 65 for 4 at the moment, the Indians. And Holder is coming in with his 5th delivery of the over. He runs in, and this one is back of a length. Pandya working it into the onside. Hussain coming around from short fine leg and limits them to 1.
Well, the role of Karthik is going to be very important. These two would want he came in with just about 4 or 5 overs to go the last time round. This time, if a wicket were to fall, he has fully 10 overs. He can do all sorts of damage. 41 of 19 in the last game. He was the only Indian player who went over 150 in that last game. Went along at 215.78. That was his strike rate in the last game. And a man who practices very hard. I'll tell you about what he did before coming to the West Indies.
Holder with the last delivery of the 8 over. It's short again, but the ball not coming up as quickly to Jadeja, who pulls this one into the onside. Hetmeyer again gets in the way of that one. At the end of it, it's 67 for 4. India batting first.
Yeah, today Karthik has found a pot of gold. He's found the eternal youth, perhaps, there, as he is come back into the game. Many felt that his career is over, but he's come back very well. And when you look at his practice habits, you can understand why. Before the West Indies tour, he went to a part of India, Coimbatore, I think is the name of it, and he played T20 matches there on a sluggish surface of one of his club teams. And that is because the surface there is similar to what you'd find in the West Indies. So he was trying to get some practice on those similar surfaces before he prepared for this tour.
Yeah, and you would have remembered that performance of Dinesh Karthik. After this ball, we'll speak about that. Here's Akil Hussain, comes into Jadeja, who works this one into the onside, but a bit uppish as well, but just short of Nicholas Puran at a short mid-wicket. Hussein has been bowling well, 1 for 7 already in his first over. Here's Hussein, a fuller delivery there on this occasion, but Jadeja was on the back foot, playing it down to long on. And this time he gets 1. So Akil Hussein, we spoke about his economy rate and how well he has done in international cricket. We speak about his bowling, but what about his batting as well? He's really worked his way and worked up his all-round abilities in T20 cricket, and not just T20 cricket, ODI cricket as well, Akil Hussein.
Scoring rate has gone under 9 now.
He'll be bowling to Hardik Pandya now, and this one's a foolish delivery that jumps on Hardik Pandya. He was pushing at it, but playing with soft hands, it ran away to short third man. He's not able to get through for a run.
Yeah, Pandya, who has that peace sign tattooed onto his neck. I don't think it's peace when he gets out there. It's all war this time.
Pandya is facing up to Hussein now, who comes in and bowls, and it's a fuller delivery there, and just on about that Midland leg stump. Pandya looking to play that one into the onside. There is protection there at short mid-wicket. No run.
Yeah, there's certainly there's room for spinners on these hard tracks. The over spinner, the top spinner, can work very well for you with that extra bounce.
Yeah, they can. And you know, Akil Hussein doesn't spin the ball much. Just bowls more often than not that arm ball. Doesn't look to extract that much spin. Here he is with the 5th delivery of the 10th over, the 9th over, sorry, and it's will be 69 for 4. This one turned away into the onside, backward of square leg by Hardik Pandya, and he gets 1. So this over has just conceded 2 runs from Akil Hussein. That just goes to show how well he's bowling.
7 runs conceded in his first over. Holder only conceded 4.
Yeah, so this has been 2 good overs here from Hussein and Holder. Here's Akil Hussein. This one wide outside the off stump, and Jadeja cutting it away to backward point, and Hussein runs away. He collects his cap and runs away. At the end of 9, it's 69 for the loss of 4. Remember, Nicholas Puran won the toss, and he elected to take the field first. Obed McCoy, thus far, he's bowled 2 overs, 2 for 10. Alzari Joseph, 2 overs, 1 for 21. Odin Smith, none for 21 in his 2. He's been expensive. Akil Hussein, 1 for 9 in 2. And Jason Holder, none for 4 in 1.
Yeah, that's right. So those are the bowling figures. Now, the scoring rate has gone under 8 for the first time in the innings. And that's a measure of how well they've bowled. Those 9 runs conceded by Hussein off those 12 deliveries. And between himself and Jason Holder, in their last 2 overs, they have just given up. They have, in fact, extracted 8 dot balls.
Holder is back into the attack. This one is a quicker delivery from him, a straightish one as well. Pandya plays it back down to long on. He gets 1. So Holder and Akil Hussein, what a period this is here now for the West Indians. The Indians 70 for 4. They'll be happy with the score, but not with that wickets column, Vidya.
Yeah, certainly. But they would expect this. They would expect Toulouse going so hard and going so aggressive early. They would accommodate almost in their planning for some wickets being lost. But they know they have the batting that can take them through.
Holder, as he comes in, passes the umpire, short, pulled away by Jadeja, and it's running away very close to the boundary, but that fielder there comes around and cleans up. It's 1 to the total, 71 for 4 now.
Yeah, 13 runs in 3 overs. Hussein bowled very well to Pant. The first one, he lapped him around, but then the delivery that he got him with, a similar delivery wider outside the off stump, and Pant couldn't get around it enough to pull it away for the 4 runs and was caught on the boundary.
He was holding that back one in the air, and this one down the leg side from Holder. It's worked away down to short fine leg by Hardik Pandya, who gets 1 again. Alzari Joseph was the man there in that area at short fine leg. And had he collected that one cleanly, could have issued a run out. Jadeja was running to that striker's end. And Nicholas Puran is making some changes to the field at the moment. 72 for 4, the Indians at the moment. It's 9.3 overs bowled. Pandya is on 18. Jadeja, he's on 5. Holder's bowled 1.3 overs, just conceding 7 runs. Holder comes in, a full delivery right up into the black hole. Jadeja working that one into the onside, flicked away to Hetmeyer. 1 again.
Holder certainly added a lot to his bowling repertoire, especially in the T20s. He does vary the pace quite well, especially later on when the ball is still new as it is right now. He will stick to bowling, trying to hit the seam and get some movement there. But later on, when he comes back into death overs, he takes the pace off so nicely, and he's also adjusted the line of his Yorkers. He also possesses quite a good Yorker.
Yeah, he is with the 5th delivery off the 10th over, down the leg side to Hardik Pandya. It's flicked away, and Akil Hussain is down there, deep backward square leg, only one again, so 74 for 4 now. And this is proving to be a very testing period here for the Indians, slowing things down now, the West Indies, and they are doing very well. Vidya, you know, we saw a wonderful gesture by the Indian High Commissioner to St. Kitts, Guyana and Antigua and Barbuda. He hosted the Indian team when they arrived on Saturday at St. Kitts.
Certainly looked like fun.
Holder with the final delivery of the 10th over, and it's worked away nicely. It's flicking again, is Ravindra Jadeja. Hetmeyer in the way. Another single. It's 75 for 4 at the end of 10 overs. Hardik Pandya on 19, Jadeja on 7. Remember, West Indies won the toss, elected to field first, and they are making full use of that at the moment. Video on that gesture by the Indian High Commissioner. That was something special, of course. The High Commissioner to Guyana, Antigua and Barbuda and St. Kitts. That's Dr. KJ Srinivasan from Karnataka.
Yeah, that was a nice function indeed. I saw some pictures of that online, and they certainly looked like they had fun and enjoyed themselves there. The 11th over is just about to start, so far so good here for West Indies against India. And the last 4 overs, the amount of runs has certainly dried up here for India, and I make it 19 runs coming off the last 4 overs, 7 and 2 of the last 2 overs from Akil Hussain, and 10 of the last 2. They'll have to attack Hussain. Here's Hussain, and the next delivery, Jadeja's coming down the track and hits that high over long on for 6 runs. And the idol has lent the student a little bit of a lesson here.
Yeah, teaching him a lesson for sure. That one held back into the air. It was well flighted there by Akil Hussain, and Jadeja using his feet expertly, meeting the pitch of that delivery and hitting him way over long on for almighty 6. 80 meters that one went.
So he's going to go flatter, I'm sure. Here it is. Bit flatter this time. Comes off the bat. Maybe the pad and over the head of Thomas. Couldn't get it. And they've gone for 1 here. What's the signal for that? Is that going to be runs? I think it is a run. It may have come off the bat, possibly the glove.
Yeah, he was just looking to sweep that one. He wasn't in position nicely there, Jadeja, and it just ballooned up into the air. And Devon Thomas, who was looking to get to it, fell over.
That's the next delivery, straight on to the line of the stumps, and Pandya plays it out to point. There's no run. That one came off the previous delivery came off the shoulder of the bat and just spooned over the head of Devon Thomas, who had no idea where the ball went. It just popped over his head. Hardik on 19. He's facing up to Hussain. It's pulling this one. Didn't get all of that. Just over the head of mid-wicket. And the fielder coming across to make the stop is Rodman Powell. And he does so. They still cross for 2, though. So India have moved on to 84 for 4. We're inside the 11th over. Hardik is on 21. And out there at the moment, India in the second one-day international. We're here at the home of the St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots. They will be defending their title later on this year.
Yeah, definitely so. The St. Kitts and Nevis Patriots, the home of them, and they've done so well over the years in the CPL cricket.
Hussain, 1 for 18. 5th ball of his 3rd over. Forward to it, plays it out to cover. There's no run, and this has been a good comeback here for the West Indies. The scoring rate was 10 and over after 4 overs. At the end of the last over, it was 7.5. It's now back up a little bit with that 6 to 7.75. But this is the Hussain effect in those middle overs coming out of the power play. Here he is coming round the wicket here. He's bowling to Pandya, and Pandya, oh, I think that was a misstumping. That one dropped by Thomas, and was that an edge also? All the same, the 11 overs come and gone, and 84 for 4 at the end of 11 overs. India 21 for Hardik and Jadeja on 14, but I'd love to see that one again. That looked like a drop chance. That is the latest situation here at Warner Park.
Well, some spin on offer there from Akil Hussain, some bounce as well. A well-flighted delivery. Pandya was falling over as he was looking to play on that one. It bounced up nicely, but a bit too much there for Devon Thomas to do. Couldn't collect cleanly, and he was very disappointed with that effort. Akil Hussain as well looks to be disappointed, and why shouldn't he be? But Devon Thomas, he has been good behind the stumps today. Apart from that,
he's taken a couple of catches. It'll be interesting to see. Finally, we're getting a chance to see the replay. There was some turn. I'm not sure if it touched the edge, but it was a sharp chance. And Pandya also was seemed to be miles out, a little bit outside of his crease. So there could have also been a stumping chance there.
Yeah, certainly could have been. But Devon Thomas, as we said, not collecting cleanly, and Pandya falling over. So yeah, just maybe coming out of that crease. That's why Akil Hussain wasn't too happy with that effort. But Odin Smith, the expensive Odin Smith today, 10.5 runs per over. He comes back in.
Yeah, it's gone along, hasn't gone well for him. A couple of sixes, none for 21 off his 2 overs. And the burly Jamaican is back in, and this one is cut away. And just to the left of Hussain, who dives to make the stop. In the meantime, Jadeja has gotten 1. And this is an interesting little battle. Jadeja, the left-hander, is facing up. Now, we were wondering if it was a stumping chance. Yes, it certainly was, because Pandya was outside of his crease, and his back foot, he was struggling to get back in, and Hussain's top-notch delivery does not earn him a wicket.
Yeah, his feet was in the air for quite a while there, and the projected score at the moment video 152,
which is about par here at this stadium. And here is Smith down the leg side, and Thomas does not collect this one, comes off the gloves, and that's going to run away. That's going to be wides. Let's see what the umpire says. Yes, it is. Gregory Brathwaite confirms it is wide. So more extras here offered up by the West Indies. Smith, just, well, I can. That would have been wide had that been on the offside. That was outside of the red area, that red mark.
Yeah, very wide their delivery. So wide it could have been considered a broad. Yeah, difficult take there for Devon Thomas, but he should have collected it.
Third delivery now for Smith. He's bowling to Jadeja, and the left-hander is cutting this one away. It's gone straight down to third man, just a 1 this time. Third man on the boundary. There is a backward point in place here, and the score 88 for 4 here at Warner Park. 16 for Jadeja, 21 for Hardik, and 11.2 overs. That projected score of 155. There have been a couple of scores higher than that so far.
Yeah, definitely so. And Odin Smith, apart from that wide delivery, he's come back well in this over. Just a delivery that's close to Jadeja in that last ball.
Next delivery, this is hit high over extra cover, and that's gone for 6 runs. That is the biggest 6 of the day, and that was pounded halfway through the 12th over. That was full, it was wide, it was short, and he just smashed that over extra cover for 6 runs, and Pandya loosening the arms here.
Could it be the Hardik Pandya day at Warner Park? Well, we'll have to wait and see, but he's certainly enjoying himself at the moment. You can understand the deploy from the West Indians bowling short to the Indians, but I can't understand why Odin Smith is bowling short and wide.
Yeah, it can be wide. Short, full and wide might be a better option, but if you're going to bowl short, you really have... the radar certainly hasn't worked here for Smith today. A couple of deliveries down the leg side, a few wide, and that's the second time that Pandya has cut him away for 6 runs. Odin Smith, who's now conceded 31 runs off only 15 deliveries, so he is going along at a strike rate of over 200 at the moment. And this man is the reason why. That's Hardik Pandya, 27 off 24. Today is 16 off 15. This is another expensive over, another expensive start here from Odin Smith. And the big Jamaican is over the wicket, bowling to Pandya. And this time he's going for another big cut shot. That's flown over the edge of the bat and taken by the keeper. No run this time.
Yeah, just looking to play one of his trademark shots, that uppercut. Just cutting under that ball there, and he's looking to get it over backward point, but missing out there, Hardik Pandya. 31 runs coming in, 2.4 overs of Odin Smith. Already 8 runs in this over, actually 9 runs in the over.
94 for 4. This one's pulled away by Pandya. It's going to go wide off long on, and the fielder does get around to it, so they only get one. And I'm told that that 6 by Ravindra Jadeja was only his first 6 in T20s against spin.
Yeah, that's some start there from Vidya. He's a stats man. Yeah, that one. What a moment it will be for Jadeja as well. And that one coming off of Akil Hussain.
Yeah, he's the idol. The idol versus the student. But still, it's Jadeja versus Smith at the moment. This is the last ball of his third over. How expensive has this been? None for 32. Over 10 and over he's gone out here in the middle overs. And Jadeja, the left-hander, tapping away at the crease. Here's Smith round the wicket to him. And fuller deliveries on driving. And that's gone powerfully straight down to the long-on fielder. Just one. That ends off the 12th over. Hardik Pandya is on 28. Jadeja is on 17. And India, 96 for 4 here at Warner Park. That is the latest score.
Yeah, so starting off very quickly, the Indians, are now that run rate just going down a bit to 8 now. It's still a healthy run rate, to say the least. If they continue that rate, they would certainly get up to 150 run plus. I think they could fancy their chances with a total like that on the board. They have some excellent seamers in their ranks. Bhuvaneshwar, Kumar. They've added an extra seamer as well. Avish Khan coming in. Arshdeep Singh as well is in there, but they've removed the Bishnoi for this game. Rohit Sharma going for a golden duck at the top of the order in this game. Surya Kumar Yadav went for 11, Shreyas Iyer 10, and Rishabh Pant 24. But this has been a good partnership here building for the Indians.
Alzari Joseph is back on now. Here's Alzari Joseph. This one, Jadeja is playing straight to mid-wicket. There's no run. And the scoring rate for the first time, well, it's now started to edge back up towards 8. It had gone under that for some time. But with that 6, with the return there of Smith, scoring rate has started to increase once again.
Yeah, and a partnership of 34 at the moment for the Indians between Jadeja and Hardik Pandya. I think they would appreciate this partnership.
There's this one, the next delivery from Smith, and Jadeja is getting inside, away from his stumps and cutting that one down to the third man region. We'll pick up 1. Jadeja started to use his feet a little bit more to Hussain. Saw him starting to back away and get the cut shot in. Hussain did his job. He bowled 3 very good overs, 1 for 18 in his 3 overs. They brought Joseph back. He conceded 17 in his first over. Hasn't been an altogether happy time for him against India in this series. Took 2 wickets. The most successful bowler for West Indies against India at Taruba. Here he is now over the wicket. And this one pulled away by Pandya. The fielder is coming across towards it and will get there. That's Shimron Hetmeyer, who was at backward square leg. And he does the fielding. In the meantime, Pandya has crossed for 2. He's up to 30 now. And India just a run away from the 100 mark, 99 for 4.
Yeah, Hetmeyer has been in the action all day already in the field. He's been a busy man in the field, Hetmeyer. It's good to see him back for the West Indies. But you have both batsmen here for the Indians using their crease very well, going deep in the crease to access those short deliveries, to be a bit more comfortable playing it. They're moving wide off the crease as well to run the ball down to third man, down to short fine leg as well. So good smart cricket by the Indians, Jadeja and Pandya.
The Indians trying to get that scoring rate back up to 9. Here is Alzari Joseph over the wicket, and this one is under the bat of Jadeja. He was looking for a big pull shot, and I think he just played over that one. The bounce didn't quite judge it well, and it goes through to the keeper. There's no run. The projected score at this point, Visham, 156. It was looking like 180 plus earlier today, but the West Indies have done well to pull things back.
Yeah, definitely so. I think Holder and Hussain doing the job for the West Indians. Actually, Joseph hasn't been bowled a bad over this one.
Yes, Joseph. This one, Pandya is hitting past him, but straight down to the long off fielder. That was good bit of work there by Holder, who came in aggressively and almost got the run out at the non-striker's end. The 100 is up for India. It is 100 for 4 of 12.5 overs. And the first 50 came off 33 balls. The second, a bit more laborious, Visham, of 44.
Yeah, and that just goes to show, that underscores that bowling performance from Akil Hussain, Jason Holder, now this over from Alzari Joseph. Just 4 runs coming off of the 5 deliveries thus far. 31 to Hardik Pandya, and 18, a runner ball 18 to Ravi Jadeja.
It is Jadeja who is adjusting his gloves at the moment. And settles around. His bat has a sort of an orange handle on it, and this one is pulled away by Jadeja. That's going to go down to fine leg. There is just one run. Odin Smith is there to do the fielding, so he's moved on by 1 to 19. 31 is Pandya of 29. And Jadeja, who was going along less than 100 per ball, well, he's now moved up. So at the end of 13 overs, India are 1-1 for 4. That is the latest score at Warner Park.
And you know, if these two batsmen, Jadeja and Pandya, can take this game maybe to the 16th, 17th over, and it would really set a platform if Karthik gets the opportunity to come out and express himself.
Yeah, it's looking like that now because Karthik loves to come in those last 4 overs and really express himself with his bat. Now the scoring rate is 7.76, so this is a good return for the West Indies because it was 10 and over at one point in the 4th over, and they started to pull it back with Hussain and with Jason Holder, but the return of Smith hasn't worked out. It has not worked out well for Smith. 3 overs, 33 runs. He has been the most expensive of the bowlers so far. Alzari Joseph, 1 for 26 off his 3. He's been going along at 8.67. But the rest of the bowlers, McCoy and Holder, who's come back, and Hussain have been good. Wide and full outside the off stump from Holder. This one is played away towards the cover area. In the meantime, the batters have crossed for 2. Smith will do the fielding. That's 2 more to Ravindra Jadeja. So Holder in the middle overs now is going to change tack here. That was a slower delivery and wide and full.
Yeah, well, he's into his 3rd over, and you would expect, you know, either Jadeja or Pandya to go after one of these bowlers. They would need to target a bowler here. I think Odin Smith is the man that they have decided to target. So he's been removed from the attack. Holder coming back. A good move by Captain Nicholas Puran just to continue to slow that run scoring down a bit.
Here's Holder running in once again. The tall Barbadian, all 6'7" of him around the wicket. Jadeja is on driving. He will get just 1 straight to the fielder, and that's all he's going to get. 22 he is now. In terms of the overs still to go, there are 6 overs after this one. There's still 2 more with McCoy, 1 for Alzari Joseph, 1 for Smith, 1 for Hussain, and Holder still has 1 after this.
Yeah, so I think, you know, Puran using his bowlers well here, and I think it's going to be a different ploy from Holder to Pandya. Pandya didn't look that comfortable against the short deliveries. Yes, he looked comfortable against the wide deliveries, but not the short deliveries on his body.
Here's Holder again. His 3rd ball of the over. He's back over the wicket. That is a very good Yorker. Oh, I think the batsman has done some injury to his foot here. Has that struck him directly on the foot? Or it was bat to foot. Either way, it's not going to be a run. And he's limping away here. And that is a very good delivery from Holder.
But so many times you see batsmen looking to play those full deliveries that's right up in the block hole, those Yorkers, and it's bat onto boot. How many times have we seen that? It would be quite unfortunate if that was bat onto boot as well. That could certainly do some damages to the boot of and the foot of Hardik Pandya.
Yeah, the boot's okay. The boot's not going to complain. The foot, that's going to be the problem there. And he has been hit on the foot, and that's been the cause of the problem for him. And that's what Holder does. Previously, he would try these Yorkers at the off stump, but now he's going for Yorkers on the leg stump, middle and leg stump, because what that does, even if you miss your leg, you're not going to be punished because it's a difficult delivery to put away. Here's Holder, bowling to Pandya, and Pandya's pulling at that one. That's going to carry to the fielder and taken on the 2nd attempt by Odin Smith, and that is the end of Hardik Pandya. He's out, caught by Smith for 31, and India have lost their 5th wicket. Jadeja is still down 22. India 104 for 5.
2-card trick there from Jason Holder, right up in the block hole. The delivery previously to that one, and now a short delivery that was on the body of Pandya, cramping him for room. It was pulled away. He didn't connect it as he would like, and Odin Smith takes yet another catch. He hasn't bowled well, but he's taken 2 catches. Odin Smith, he held on to that one at the very last second there. He took 2 bites at the cherry to do so, and Pandya, he goes for a run of ball 31.
Good innings here from Pandya, maybe not as fast as they would have been hoping for.
They would have been hoping for, but Pandya has taken the wicket. Holder's taken the wicket of Pandya. So
this over so far. It's cost India 1 wicket, and they've also managed to get together just 3 runs. So another good over here for the West Indies.
Yeah, and we were just saying, if Pandya and Jadeja could go a bit further, that would give Dinesh Karthik that luxury. But Karthik coming in now with some overs to go, a lot of overs. That's 6.2 overs to go. And you know what Dinesh Karthik can do. 44 matches, 566 runs to his name. He goes into his trademark position when he comes in. He goes to the right of the pitch or the left, and he says a prayer. He normally does that before he gets into his work. And I think he's going to take a bit of time here to get his eye in Dinesh Karthik before he launches.
Here he is now facing up to Holder. Nice and full delivery down the leg side. Is that going to be called a wide? Karthik was actually stepping towards his stumps and hasn't gotten a touch on that. 104 for 5, last ball of the over here from Jason Holder. And you talked about Karthik, we talked about his preparation and that mental preparation that before he faces his first delivery. Karthik has been known to put in the practice hours greatly. Before the IPL, I was told that he traveled 500 kilometers to Chennai to play, from Chennai to play in a T20 tournament. Here's Holder into him, full delivery, flicked away on the onside, and that's going to go down to fine leg, and they pick up just 1. So 1 run to end off the over, and at the end of the over, India 105 for 5, losing a critical wicket there of Pandya for 31. 105 for 5 is the latest score at Warner Park.
And you speak about Dinesh Karthik, and you can never forget that Nida Haas T20 Tri-Series final when he struck Soumya Sarkar of Bangladesh for a final ball 6 to win that trophy. And Karthik, of course, finishing off that game at the R. Premadasa in Colombo. He had 29 not out of 8 deliveries. You can never forget that.
No, and there's so many of those examples in the IPL also. You can talk about his performances. And when you consider that he is 37 now, Karthik has really reinvented himself. And he's one of the prime finishers in the game at the moment. So 6 overs still to go here, and it's going to be Akil Hussain. They're gambling here with the 4th over for Hussain just as we enter the death overs. This one is cut away, and this is by Karthik. He picks up 1, so just 1 out to Odin Smith, and the West Indies have not kept Hussain on for the death overs, those last 5 overs.
Yeah, just bowling him out here in this 15th over now, and he's bowled well. Just 18 runs in his first 3, picking up that key wicket as well off Rishabh Pant, who can take a game away from you. If Pant had still been there, certainly he could have changed the story of the Indians thus far.
West Indies continuing to chip away here. Here is Hussain. Jadeja plays this one through mid-wicket. That should be 2. The field is coming in vicious furiously, but still they only get 1. That's good fielding by Odin Smith because Jadeja was looking to go back for the second run. Couldn't do so. Actually did. Got back looking on to see, but there was a good bit of fielding there. I think correction. He looked like he would gotten back for the second, but they've only gotten 1 run. So correction, Jadeja on 23, Karthik now on 2 of 3 deliveries. He's facing up to Hussain, trying to work this on the leg side. They're appealing for LBW, and umpire Reefer says, not out.
Well, Nicholas Puran is thinking about taking the review, and he hasn't taken any in this game just yet. But it looks as though he won't.
Yeah, time has run out now. The DRS timer has run out, so they're not going to go for the review. Hussain didn't seem entirely interested in it. With the sunglasses on, here he is round the wicket. He's falling to the right-handed Karthik, who's forward to it. That's a good delivery. And once again, he's kept quiet here. And the finisher from India, still early in his innings, 2 of 5 deliveries.
Yeah, and don't think, I would really like to assess this West Indies performance after the last 5 overs. They've had a problem with their death bowling, so it'll be interesting to see how they go after this 15th over is bowled.
Karthik looking to go for the big shot, plays it off the back foot through the cover region, just gets 1, and that is 1 more to him. Outside of Tim David and Jimmy Neesham, he has been the best finisher in the game since IPL 2022. His strike rate is 215.78. David 226 and Neesham 220. And that one, looking at the replay, the original decision was not out. That may have been a good review to have taken there, Visham.
Yeah, it looked as though it would have been.
Next one played on the leg side by Jadeja. He will pick up 1, and the Indian left-hander moves on to 24. 3 for Karthik. At the end of 15 overs, it is 109 for 5. That's the latest score here at Warner Park. Hussain, 4 overs, 1 for 22.
Yeah, and I was just mentioning, Vidya, you know, these final 5 overs and how crucial it is for the West Indies team. So many times we see them bowling well at the top, getting those early wickets, the middle period, closing down teams. But coming into those last 5 overs, they have not done well. In the last 5 overs in the last game, the 15th, 16th, 17th, and even the 18th and 18th to the 20th over, they've only picked up 2 wickets and they conceded 66 runs.
Yeah, that's right. And that's not been out of character with what we've seen from the West Indies in the death overs in 2022. They have taken only 14 wickets, and their run rate conceded is over 11.41 to be exact. Now, India have also picked up, have also done well in the last 11 overs. They've gotten 29 wickets in during that period.
Yeah, so that's the difference as well between both teams. And Alzarri Joseph is now back into the attack. Here he is, passes the umpire. And this one is short and cut away nicely by Ravindra Jadeja. And looks as though Nicholas Puran gets in the way. It's Brandon King actually who fires that one into the gloves of Devon Thomas. A single to Jadeja. It brings Dinesh Karthik up to strike now.
Jason Holder has been the best bowler for the West Indies in the death overs with 11 wickets. And however, the problem has been his economy rate has not been great, 11.56. The only more expensive bowler in the death for the West Indies has been Romario Shepherd, who's conceded almost 14 runs and over in the death. It definitely is a problem that the West Indies have not been able to deal with.
Well, they've instilled Obed McCoy, but here's Alzarri Joseph. He comes in and bowls a short delivery to Karthik, who pulls it away down to King at deep backward square leg. He will get 1. A good start by Joseph. He's bowling a bit straighter now to Karthik and Jadeja. That's a better line. Good length as well, tucking up the batsman.
West Indies using 5 options today, and it hasn't quite worked out for Smith. He's conceded over 11 runs off his 3 overs, and I think Karthik is going to target him when he comes back for that final over. One of those big overs could be exactly what India needs at this point.
Joseph into Jadeja. This one is into the air. He could be out, and it's dropped by Alzarri Joseph. That one was played back to him there. He was looking to play a very interesting shot there, Jadeja. He was looking to come across the off stump, guide it away into the onside. It took the top edge, and Joseph running through and wasn't able to hold on. It's always difficult to take catches in your follow through, but I think he got there, and in the end not getting the hand to it. So I have to apologize to Alzarri Joseph.
There goes your invitation to the Joseph family household for Christmas. That one dropped at least 3 feet in front of him, and you're also not invited back to Antigua.
Here's Joseph coming in with the 4th delivery of the 16th over, passes the umpire and bowls, and a short and wide delivery outside the off stump. Jadeja was just playing and missing at. Nelson on the board, 111 for 5.
142 is the predicted score right now, and Jadeja looking to sweep the previous delivery from Joseph. It got maybe about, it dropped where a good length ball would have been, so that gives you an idea of how far it went away from him. And he's trying to manufacture shots here. Joseph has been quite good in this over.
Here is Alzarri Joseph, 1 for 28 in 3.4. This is a good delivery, a slow delivery, wide outside the off stump. That Jadeja is looking to just guide down to third man. Didn't make contact, and no run.
Pace off. That one just about 121 Ks. Slow, wide, rolling the fingers over it. Jadeja didn't read it at all, so he couldn't get the touch on. And this has been a very good performance from the West Indies. But 140 is always going to be difficult on this pitch. The West Indies top score here is 147.
The average second inning score at 93 at Warner Park. Joseph passes the umpire, short again, wide, and Jadeja is going across the off stump, pulling that one down to long on. Holder is down there. That's the end of 16. At the end of it, it's 112 for 5. Karthik, he's on 4, and Ravindra Jadeja, he is on 26.
Wow, what an over that was from Alzarri Joseph, and the West Indies continuing to put together a good sequence of excellent overs here. This one costing them 3. The previous 3 overs, 4, 4, and 5. India are really struggling at this point, but this is more what you expect from a Warner Park pitch. It's not a high-scoring, free-flowing pitch, and as you said, the second inning score is under 100.
Yeah.
That's going to be very difficult for the West Indies to get up to this 140 mark.
Yeah, if you're a West Indian supporter or a West Indies player and you're looking at that average second inning score, it'd be you'd be nervous, but you know, that's just on paper. There's the performance that counts. Obed McCoy with 2 overs up his sleeve. He's come back into the attack and he's going to be bowling to Ravindra Jadeja. Here he is. He runs in and bowls, and this one played uppishly through the onside, and it runs down to long on. And just a single.
Well, the scoring rate for the first time in the match has gone under 7. First time in the match. So the West Indies have brought down an Indian runaway train, which was going along at over 10 and over. They've now brought it down to 6.99. Yes, it doesn't sound like a lot, but that is a significant improvement here from the West Indies. They have bowled very well to India in the last 10 overs.
And McCoy just waiting on his players to settle. Waiting on the batsman as well. That's Dinesh Karthik. You know, he has a lot of things to do before he settles himself, Dinesh Karthik. He's that kind of a batsman. Here's McCoy. He comes into Karthik. A wide delivery. Very wide outside that guideline. And umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. and nods in approval, and he signals a wide. So just 7 extras, Vidya. That's something that's good from the West Indies.
It's been a more disciplined performance here from the West Indies. We're talking about that strike rate for Dinesh Karthik, and he's the 3rd best in the world since the end of the IPL. Guess who is 4th in the world? Shimron Hetmeyer, 205 in the death overs.
McCoy bowls, and this one's played away into the onside. Hetmeyer is there, but you can see the intention from Dinesh Karthik and Jadeja. They are coming across the off stump to access those deliveries. McCoy bowling wide of that off stump. Just a single.
Very good from McCoy, and this is what the West Indies were missing in those during the World Cup. McCoy got injured and could not carry on.
McCoy, this one is struck down the ground for a big 6, is it? It's getting height, it doesn't get distance, and well, it's not a 6, but it's found the man, Rovman Powell, who pouches a simple catch, and my oh my, that's the 6th wicket down for the Indians. McCoy strikes again, 3 for 13 in 2.3 overs, and well, Ravindra Jadeja goes now, and what a timely wicket for the West Indians.
Yeah, Powell was the man taking the catch. He came across to it, settled himself, and took it fingers pointing upwards right in front of his eyes. Textbook stuff there from Rovman Powell to take the catch, and McCoy has another wicket. What a good bowler he is. 3 for 13 now, and he still has an over and a half to go. Can he do some more damage?
27 from 30. That's what Jadeja got. Just under a run of ball as well. So that's not a very welcoming innings for the Indians. But he batted in a very good partnership with Hardik Pandya to repair the innings, which was an important partnership video. It's 27 vital runs, to say the least.
Yeah, certainly has been a good partnership for them. Now, the combination that really took the game away from West Indies at Taruba, it is Dinesh Karthik, and it's going to be Ravichandran Ashwin.
Here's McCoy bowls into Karthik, and this one is driven down the ground. Rovman Powell gets in there again, and he limits them to 1. So Ravichandran Ashwin, the man coming out there to the middle to join Dinesh Karthik. That delivery from McCoy that got the wicket of Jadeja was a foolish delivery. It got some bounce though, and as I said, it got height, no distance. It was a towering hit, and in the end, it just fell into the hands of Rovman Powell, the vice-captain of the West Indies team. Ravi Ashwin, 136 runs in 53 international T20 games. He's facing up to McCoy and just turning this one into the onside with a delivery that's just short of a good length. And Ashwin playing it on the back foot. He was deep in his crease as well.
Ashwin averages 34 in T20 cricket. That's quite good, and that's because he doesn't bat a lot, but he has a lot of not outs in there, so he's racked up a very good average. So he holds up one end for India, and then at the other end, the likes of Karthik can come in and work around him.
Well, he would hope that it can work this time around, the Indians. And 3 for 15 for McCoy. He's into his final delivery of his third over. Here he is. He passes the umpire. Karthik is swinging at this one. It was right up there, making it very difficult for Karthik to get under it. And at the end of 17, it's 117 for 6. Karthik, he is on 6. Ashwin, he's on 1. McCoy completes 3 overs, and he's got 3 for 15.
3 for 15, that just 5 runs in that over, and the scoring rate has now plummeted to 6.88. So if Karthik can get a couple of lusty blows in here, he could push India up towards 150. 140 would be a good score. 150 would be a very, very difficult score. 150, 160 on this pitch here in St. Kitts and Nevis. But Karthik, you can't really bet against him. He's one of those difficult customers, and he will hold the cards here, all the cards here for India in these last 18 balls.
He will. Just Avesh Khan, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, and Ashdeep Singh to follow these two. And well, it's going to be Odin Smith to continue. Odin Smith conceding above 30 runs in his 3 overs thus far. He's going to bowl his final over. 33 runs in his 3, 11 and over for Odin Smith.
Yes, to try to keep Ashwin on strike as long as he could here. And he has the pace that will give the likes of Karthik to work with, but he can't bowl wide and short here.
Let's hope he doesn't. This time he's into Ashwin. Ashwin backing away. A short delivery again, wide outside the off stump. I thought Ashwin should have been going into that one, back and across and cutting. He was hanging back and not being able to make contact. So that's a good start from Smith. You're saying that he should keep Ashwin on strike. Well, that's a good start.
Well, he is going to bowl a little bit short and outside the off stump. So I think Ashwin's going to give himself some room and try for that cut shot again.
Let's wait and see. He runs in and bowls again, wide outside the off stump. Cut away, over backward point, and that's 4.
Yeah, that is exactly what you would expect from Ravichandran Ashwin. You saw it from the first ball. When that first ball came in, he was obviously just stepping slightly away, and I think that's the brief they've been given. Of course, the analysts know exactly what Smith has done in the past, so the batsmen have been told he's going to bowl full, he's going to bowl short and wide, so you need to give yourself some room and try to cut him. We saw Pandya very successful against him also earlier.
Yeah, well, you called that one, Vidya, very well. And 121 for 6. Karthik is on 6 of 10 deliveries. He's not been able to get away. Just 7 sixes and 3 fours in the innings.
Just 7, you say?
Odin Smith with the 3rd delivery of the over, and on the line of the leg stump, worked away by Ashwin. Down to long on, he will get 1.
So that one's down the leg side, 122 for 6. 2.5 overs to go here, and they've bowled well to Karthik. They've kept him quiet, 6 of 10 deliveries, and if they can continue to do so, the West Indies could be with a chance here.
Yeah, they could. Just 2 overs after this, and it's Jason Holder with 1 up his sleeve as well. So that's going to be a very good over. You would expect Jason Holder to do well. Here's Odin Smith, 38 in 3.3 down the leg side. That's a wide. Well, umpire Gregory Bradford doesn't signal a wide, just maybe touching something as it went through into the gloves of Devon Thomas.
Batsman stepping inside the line, so I think where the ball actually passed would have been good enough. Would have been towards a batter standing in an ordinary position. Well, yeah, it was just inside. There's a guidance line just outside the leg stump. That's the white line, and that was clearly inside that. So I think that was a good delivery there from Smith.
Yeah, that left foot not going anywhere. This one fuller from Odin Smith. It's flicked away nicely by Dinesh Karthik. He will get 1. This has been a better over from Odin Smith. Just a lone boundary and 2 singles in the over. 6 runs in it. 1 delivery to go again. 123 for 6, the Indians.
Karthik, he enjoys with the pace, but you will see that once the spinners, he's facing up to the spinners, just use that higher backlift. With the paces on, he uses a lower backlift and just uses the deflections to get the ball away in these late stages.
Yeah, definitely so. Dinesh Karthik has really done well in these back end of the innings. And they would expect him to do well here again. The Indians, they would hope that he can really put up a good total here for them at the back end. And at the end of this over, I think they'd want to be somewhere in a good position. And this one, he's back into Karthik, and this one is played away for 4. So a boundary there from Dinesh Karthik to end off that 18th over Vidya. And a lovely shot there from Dinesh Karthik, 127 for 6. And well, if they continue at this rate, they would get up to 141. If they go above that, at 6, they would get up to 139. It's going to be, we'll have to wait and see who's coming in here. It's going to be Obed McCoy who's going to bowl the 19th over. This one pulled away into the hands of the short fine leg fielder. A short delivery, wide outside the leg stump. Karthik gets inside the line of it, pulling it away, looking to get boundaries here at the back end of the innings, and he found that man, Alzari Joseph, at short fine leg, and that's the 4th wicket for Obed McCoy. What a find he has been for the West Indians. Not getting the contact as he would like, staying deep in the crease there, Dinesh Karthik. That one hitting high up on the bat, and well, a good catch taken there by Alzari Joseph.
Well, you mentioned that what a find he is. He is the real McCoy, to use an original phrase. And 127 for 7, but McCoy has been excellent. We've seen him through the CPL develop as a bowler, and he has developed. His confidence is sky high. He is able to really. He's a very economical bowler, and he is not ruffled when he's under pressure, and he's shown that once again here. In the last game, India certainly having a very good game, getting 190, and now Owen McCoy's 4-4. This is his 4th dismissal in the innings, has given the West Indies a real chance here of restricting India to a score that I'm sure they wouldn't have felt a lower score than they expected.
Bhuvaneshwar Kumar comes in, he faces up to McCoy, bowls a wide delivery outside the off stump, and was it signal wide? No, it's a dot delivery, so a good delivery there by McCoy, just inside that guideline. And that delivery, again, we're looking at it. Yeah, certainly a good delivery there from Obed McCoy.
It looked like it was just outside of it, actually. Well, maybe that's as is. We saw that from the back of the back camera.
It's a foolish delivery again, this time from Obed McCoy. That's right up there. A slow one, though. Good variation from Obed McCoy. But Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, he gets off the mark. He gets 1.
Just about 119 Ks that one, and Ashwin was just indicating to his fellow batter. Yeah, that one was just one that he just rolled the fingers over, but a faster delivery earlier in the over, getting the wicket of Karthik. And what a dangerous customer Karthik is, and that is great for the West Indies to get rid of him.
McCoy comes in again to Ashwin, who just guides this one over backward point, but into the hands of Odin Smith. It's a fifer for Obed McCoy, the real McCoy, as you like to say, and he raises his arms in acknowledgement of that, and truly deserved fifer here for Obed McCoy. 128 for 8 now, the Indians. They are struggling here at Warner Park. Ashwin goes. That was a wide delivery outside the off stump. Ashwin was just playing at it. He was playing it uppishly, and a good catch as well from Odin Smith, because he was falling away to his right, and luckily he didn't go onto that boundary rope. Ashwin the pass for 10 off 6, caught by Smith off the bowling of McCoy.
Wow, what a day for McCoy. It's a day that he will remember for a long time, especially if the West Indies go on to win here. 5 for 16, still 2 balls to go, and the crowd on their feet to Obed McCoy, who has his 5th wicket. What a performance.
Some performance from Obed McCoy. That's a beautiful performance. 2 wickets in the over already, 1 run conceded. And it's going to be Avesh Khan, the man coming in, who came into the team today for the Indians, replacing Ravi Bishnoi. I don't think Avesh Khan would have thought that he would have had the opportunity to bat today, Vidya.
Yes, he certainly would not. No, I think it is Arshdeep Singh, isn't it? No, it is. I think they're all borrowing his T-shirts today, because Arshdeep Singh, he lent one to Yadav, who came in with one. And here once again, another player has an Arshdeep Singh T-shirt. This time it is going to be that Khan, as you mentioned. But what a good catch by Smith. And that is his 3rd. None of them have been easy, and he's made them look quite simple.
McCoy with the final, well, actually the second to last delivery of the over to Avesh Khan, who's off the mark. And gets 1, so he brings Bhuvaneshwar Kumar back on strike, and he's going to face up the final delivery of Obed the real McCoy. He is it's on 129 for 8 at the moment, Ashwin, he went for 10 off 6. The spell thus far, 5 for 17 in 3.5 overs for McCoy. 4.43 the economy. Here's McCoy, he runs in now, passes the umpire. The final delivery of his spell just outside the off stump. Kumar fending at that one, and luckily didn't take the outside edge. For a while there, McCoy was interested, but at the end of his spell, he ends on 5 for 17. 19 overs have been bowled here at Warner Park. It's 129 for 8.
Wondering if they've decided to review this, because Obed McCoy was interested. That could possibly be his 6th wicket. The keeper was appealing for it, but I think, yes, it has been reviewed. And it has been reviewed, and that could be the 6th wicket here. Was there a touch onto this? Well, we're looking at the replay here, Visham, and it was very, very close to the edge. It was also close to the pad, but the keeper went up for it. I think he felt that there was a touch onto that. This could be 6 wickets for Obed McCoy. Let's see Snicko. It's gone. It's ultra edge. It's going past the bat right now. Oh, yes, there is a spike. That's going to be 6 wickets for Obed McCoy.
What a performance. We have to call it early. It's going to be 6 wickets for Obed McCoy, because there's certainly a spike on ultra edge. That one taking the outside edge of Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. Umpire Leslie Reefer would certainly have to overturn his decision. That he does. And McCoy has 6. 6 for 17. Obed the real McCoy.
Wow, wow, can't believe what we're seeing. I've seen 5 wickets from a West Indian I saw Darren Sammy take 5 wickets at the Queen's Park Oval in a game against Zimbabwe. The West Indies, don't want to put a damper, they lost that game. But here is Obed McCoy taking 6 wickets. Wow, what a spell. And 2 wickets in the over. Boy, put your hands up, Obed McCoy. I think this really should lift the West Indies here. This has been one of the best performances ever by a West Indian in ODI cricket.
Yeah, and Bhuvaneshwar Kumar have to leave the field.
It is the best, in fact. It is the best performance by a West Indian in ODI cricket.
Congratulations to Obed McCoy for that feat. And certainly it was well deserved. He bowled superbly today, Obed McCoy, and he deserves every inch of his success.
Well, the interesting thing was that Obed McCoy never asked for the review. It was the keeper, Devon Thomas, who told Nicholas Pooran that they should review that. He was the one who called for it. Obed McCoy didn't think there was an edge, and that's how the review came. And Pooran went for the review, and it was borne out there was a fine edge.
Yeah, and Devon Thomas coming into this game, he's already taken a number of catches, and he's taken, let's see, 4 catches in this game already. Devon Thomas, 3 catches.
So 2 runs, 3 wickets in that over for Obed McCoy.
And here's Holder, he's coming in to bowl the final over. This one is played into the air, and has that gone for 6? Avesh Khan striking that one all the way for 6. It was a shortish delivery from Jason Holder, 111 kilometers per hour, and it was well put away. A slow delivery there that was read well by Avesh Khan.
Yeah, he saw it coming all the way, and he hit that high over long off for 6 runs, just cleared it, and the Holder going into late. He's just taking the pace off at the moment, but Khan was not fooled by that one at all, and he had actually brought in the mid-off. But that one traveled really well. That is the 8th 6 of the innings. And India now looking good for that 140.
Yeah, his Holder again runs in and bowls. And this one pulled away this time by Avesh Khan. And Brandon King gets in the way at deep backward square leg. He gets 1. So Khan looking to get quick runs here. We know his ball striking ability. We saw it at the Queen's Park Oval for the ODI series.
At 147 for the West Indies against Afghanistan, I think was the highest chase ever here at this stadium. So the West Indies may have to go for a record score at this venue if they are to win this game.
Jason Holder just changing his feel a bit. And it's 136 for 9 here. Run rate just climbing over 7 again. 7.03. Holder comes in. He's bowling the 3rd delivery of the final over. And it's a wide delivery outside the off stump. It's a bit too wide. And umpire Gregory Braffett signals wide. Ashdeep Singh, the tall Ashdeep Singh, looking to play at that one. It was too wide to interest him. And for him to make contact as well. Nicholas Pooran looks happy. And why shouldn't he be?
Yeah, well, I think it's because it's 137. That's the part that's worrying him. The 9 wickets is fine, but the 137 is going to be a problem.
Holder is back in here. He runs in, passes umpire Braffett. And this one is into the air. He could be out here, Arshdeep Singh. And falling into no man's land. Rovman Powell couldn't get to that one, running in from long off. And it's 138 for 9. Arshdeep Singh, he's off and running.
Well, Arshdeep Singh, not known for his batting. He's in at 11. Holder's bowled a couple of deliveries outside the off stump. And he does have that Yorker that he comes in with. Let's see if he attempts that now.
Holder settles at his run-up and he runs in now. The tall figure of Jason Holder, he comes in wide off that crease and he's bowled him. Avish Khan looking to go big. It was a delivery that's right up there into the block hole. A Yorker from Jason Holder. Vidya said earlier that he targets that leg stump when he's bowling his Yorkers now. And there it was, knocking back that middle and leg pole. A delivery tailing into the right-hander. Avish Khan knew nothing about it. And he has to go. That's the end of the innings. The Indians finishing on 138. And Holder finishes with 2 for 23 in 3.4. But the real star of the show is a Mr. Obed McCoy, who had a 6 for 17.
So India now being bowled out for 138 with 2 balls to spare. Still, it's a pretty good score here for India on this very slow, on this Warner Park track that tends to favor the Pacers. Not a lot of scoring here, but here's the scoring card. West Indies won the toss. They chose to field. Rohit Sharma caught by Hussain off McCoy for without scoring. First ball went for a golden duck. Surya Kumar Yadav caught Thomas bowled McCoy 11. Shreyas Iyer caught Thomas bowled Joseph for 10. Rishabh Pant caught Smith bowled Hussain 24. Hardik Pandya caught Smith bowled Holder for 31. Ravindra Jadeja caught Powell bowled McCoy 27. Dinesh Karthik caught Joseph bowled McCoy for 7. That was the first of 3 wickets in the over. Ravichandran Ashwin caught Smith bowled McCoy 10. And Bhuvaneshwar Kumar caught Thomas bowled McCoy for 1. Avesh Khan was bowled by Holder for 8. Arshdeep Singh just a 1 run off his 1 delivery. India 138. 8 extras in there. 4 leg bys and 4 wides. India being bowled out with 2 balls to spare here by the West Indies.
Yeah, they have set the West Indians 139 for victory. And yeah, you mentioned 8 extras there, Vidya. You have to applaud the West Indies for that. But Hardik Pandya's 31, Rishabh Pant 24, and Jadeja's 27 really standing out. For them, the wicket takers Obed McCoy, Alzari Joseph, Akil Hussain, and Jason Holder, they were the pick of the bowlers. Odin Smith, a bit expensive today for the West Indies, 43 in 4. But what a performance. It was the Obed McCoy show at Warner Park. And just to close things off here, we'll be back very shortly with continued coverage of this game. The West Indies, they have been set 139 for victory.
And the bowling figures just before we go: Obed McCoy 4 overs 1 maiden 6 for 17. Alzari Joseph 4 overs no maidens 1 for 29. Odin Smith expensive today 4 overs no maidens none for 43. Akil Hussain was again brilliant once again, 4 overs no maidens 1 for 22. And Jason Holder taking 2 wickets 3.4 overs no maidens 2 for 23. But McCoy standing tall here. The best ever figures by a West Indian in T20 cricket.
15 balls in his spell of 4 overs. But that's how we end off the first innings here. The radio commentary of the Goldmedal T20 International Cup, powered by Kent Water Purifiers. When we return in about 10 minutes time or so, the West Indies, they would be chasing 139 for victory.
Stations will be coming to you in 10 seconds. Stations 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Welcome back to Warner Park in St. Kitts for the second T20 International between West Indies and India. West Indies have bowled out India for 138 in their first innings, and they will now chase 139 for victory. An excellent bowling performance by the West Indies, led by Odin McCoy's 6 for 17 that has restricted India to 138. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar will bowl the first delivery, and he's bowling to Brandon King, who's back in the side today after missing out in the last game. This one is played square the wicket. It's beaten the fielder, and that's run away for 4 runs. So the best possible start here for the West Indies, picking up a boundary of the first ball. They started with a wicket in when they were bowling, and now starting with a boundary.
Yeah, too wide there from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, and King is on to it in a flash. Not that much pace though from Kumar, and again, but it was too short, too wide, and King putting it away nicely. So getting things off on the way with a boundary.
King and Mayers starting off here for the West Indies, and that target of 139 is not going to be an easy one, because the West Indies will have to score pretty much the second highest score on this ground to do so. Kumar is a difficult customer, 31-year-old, and this one is played square the wicket to that point position, and there is no run. King and Mayers are the two batters out there for the West Indies. Mayers had a really good start in the last game, didn't he? Visham was really belting the ball around, 15 off 6 before he went.
Yeah, and he went to a short delivery that held up in the pitch here at the Brown Cricket Academy in the first T20 International. Now he's at St. Kitts, and where he will want to continue his good form. Getting a start, not using it, he'd want to push on.
Here is Kumar. He's in now. Shorter delivery. Looking for the pull shot is Mayers. That may have come off the pad. That's only going to be one this time. Let's see what the signal is. It is leg buys. And Leslie Reefer lifting up the left leg to make the signal. 5 without loss to West Indies. 139. Just reflecting on that West Indies performance. Odin McCoy's 6 wickets. That was sensational. Taking 3 wickets in 1 over.
Yeah, 6 for 17. You don't see that every day in a T20 game. Odin McCoy standing up for the West Indies today, giving them a solid bowling performance, leading the way for them. And how many experts have called for Odin McCoy to be included in the West Indies team. He's here now and he's bearing fruit.
Here is Mayers now facing up, the left-hander playing out in front of him to that short extra cover position. There is no run, and Mayers, as we mentioned, there really good innings to start off, and he batted pretty well in the one-day international, 75 in the first one in a losing cause. West Indies going under 3-0 in the ODI series, and now trailing 1-0 in this 5-match T20 series. 2 matches in St. Kitts today and tomorrow, and 2 in Lauderhill later on in the week. Here is Kumar. He's in now to bowl to Mayers, and Mayers is playing in front of him. That was short of a good length and playing it down. There's some extra bounce on offer here for the Indian bowlers. That's why they brought in the extra pacer.
Yeah, that extra piece being Avish Khan. It'll be quite interesting to see if he opens the bowling alongside Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, or will they, start with Arshdeep Singh, the left-arm seamer who has done well in the first T20 as well.
That might be the case, and all eyes on Rohit Sharma, the India captain, who went first ball for a golden duck. He did say before the game that he did expect maybe 1 or 2 blips in the India performance. This is a good Yorker, which is turned away by Mayers, and he will pick up 1. That should be his first run. He's up to 1, and India's score after West Indies score after 1 over. They are 6 without loss. Mayers is on 1, and King is on 4. That's the latest score here from the Warner Park facility in St. Kitts.
Yeah, a good over. You have to see from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, not picking up a wicket, not starting with a wicket, but after that boundary of the very first ball, he came back well, just conceding 2 runs in his final 5 deliveries. And he was on target. When he bowled short, it was on the body of Mayers, and when he bowled full, it was right up there, not allowing Mayers to get away. As we know, Kyle Mayers and Brandon King, they are full-flowing players, so you don't want to give them that much room outside the off stump and too many freebies atop the order. And a man who certainly won't do that, but from what we've seen from him, is Arshdeep Singh, who's going to come in.
Yeah, he certainly does. He's nailed a lot of Yorkers, and he's forced his way into the team, the left-arm pacer with those Yorkers. He's coming in now, past the umpire, left-handed over the wicket, and this one is hit off the toe of the bat. That's just going to carry out towards deep cover and dropping just short of the fielder. Just one, living dangerously there. That almost got to the fielder. 7 without loss. And Mayers, they're just chipping that one over extra cover for 1.
Well, Mayers is asking Brandon King whether that was a slower delivery, and hence wasn't making good contact onto it. So a good start from Arshdeep Singh, the man from Madhya Pradesh.
And where is that? Yeah, I'm going to test your geography of India. The Madhya Pradesh, certainly a lot of places in India, Andhra Pradesh and Uttar Pradesh, several of them in that northeastern part of India. Here is Arshdeep Singh, and this one is cut away. That's past point, and that could run away close to the boundary. It's gone for 4. There was a fielder coming in at that, from that cover, deep cover position. He couldn't get it, and that is a boundary here to start off. So it's 11 without loss, and King has had 2 4s to start off.
Just leaning into an elegant cut shot there, Brandon King. He's staying leg side of the ball, but when it's outside there, just gets that back leg across and plays at it nicely. Just positions the bat nicely and runs it into that gap for 4, not over hitting the ball. And he likes that cut shot a lot, Brandon King.
Well, let's see what Arshdeep Singh does. He might look to carry this up a little bit more. 11 without loss. Here's Singh, the left-hander, into to King, and he drives that beautifully through extra cover. That's also going to run away for another boundary, and the fielder Point has had to chase to his left. Now he's chasing to his right. Can't get that either. 15 without loss to West Indies.
2 consecutive boundaries here for Brandon King, who looks to be in the mood at Warner Park here at the moment. 2 full this time from Arshdeep Singh, and what a very good shot there from Brandon King. We saw a cut shot from him in the previous delivery, now a flowing drive.
Yeah, that one was a little bit shorter. This one is a bit too full, so he's not finding that Goldilocks zone just in between there to keep the batter quiet. So let's see if he finds that with this one. Here is Arshdeep Singh. Black turban today for Arshdeep Singh. He's now running in to bowl to King, and who's playing at that outside the off stump, misses the edge and taken by the keeper. So better delivery here from Singh, more in that middle zone between 2 full and a good length delivery.
Yeah, it was a slower delivery as well, and a bit closer to Brandon King, you have to say. Just running the fingers down the left side of the ball there, an off cutter from the left arm seamer, and just beating King for pace there. It was a slower delivery, of course.
15 without loss, 2 balls remaining in the over. Here's Singh once again, and he is in now to bowl to King, and outside the off stump. He's playing that one. That's going to go down towards that deep cover position just for 1, and out there it is Karthik who's patrolling that area, the 37-year-old doing the business in the deep, and the Patka, as it's called there, black today for Singh. He wore a nice green one in that function that you mentioned with the Indian High Commissioner.
Yeah, he did, and I certainly saw some pictures from that event, and it looked like they had a good time, the Indians, in St. Kitts, and what a welcome it was for them. And not a good welcome for Arshdeep Singh here in this spell. Thus far, 10 runs in the over.
Last ball of his first over. He's bowling to the left-handed Kyle Mayers. Left arm over the wicket. Shorter delivery and a bit slower. Just rolled the fingers over the top of that one. Mayers was through the shot very quickly. Just 120 Ks on that one. And it is no run. So at the end of the over, West Indies are 16 without loss after 2. That is the latest score here at Warner Park.
Yeah, so a good comeback after being struck for 2 boundaries. 10 runs in the over, and Kyle Mayers luckily didn't play at that. That could have easily been a wicket for him, for Arshdeep Singh, that is, had he played and got contact onto that, because it was a slower delivery. So a good start from the West Indies. I think something they'd want to look at here in this game is not lose too many wickets in this power play.
And they certainly saw what happened with India. India lost 3 wickets in the power play, 56 for 3. They went along at 9.33, but those 3 wickets certainly would have hampered them as they went on deeper into the game. Let's see how the West Indies will approach this. already. They're on 16 without loss after 2 overs. India was 17 for 1 at this point. Here's Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. First ball of the new over. He's over the wicket, and playing off the back foot is King, and there's no run. So India looking to focus also on that length, just a little bit short of a good length on this pitch.
Yeah, because I'm sure they would have assessed the conditions very early, and they would have realized that the bounce that's on offer here at Warner Park. And they would know, of course, the West Indies likes to be aggressive. They like to take on the bowling, and the fuller deliveries would assist that. And you know, with the boundaries as small as it is here at Warner Park, it's going to make it easy for the West Indians. So they're trying to close their angles and their arcs down.
16 without loss. It's King facing up to Kumar, and this one's taking the edge. It's gone past the keeper and through the vacant slip region for 4 runs. And the third man was up in the circle, and that one ran away for 4 runs. And they're celebrating in the stands with the West Indies flag, because that is another boundary, and that's another one, maybe a back of the arm slower ball, and guided that one away for 4.
Yeah, leg cutter there from Bhuvaneshwar Kumar on the line of the off stump. It wasn't a bad delivery at all from Kumar, but if he's operating at that line and bowling those sort of deliveries, maybe that third man fielder can be a bit straighter.
Yes, perhaps. And this one is played out through the cover region by King from Kumar, and he just gets 1. So King has been doing most of the haymaking so far. 18 of 10. Mayers is 2 of 5. And he still hasn't come to terms with the pace so far. He's played 2 false shots, Mayers, at 2 slower deliveries from Arshdeep Singh.
Yeah, you're bowling those slower deliveries, and the third man is so wide, and sometimes you're bowling short as well. So that's something that Rohit Sharma can think about, just maybe bringing that third man a bit straighter.
Left-handed Mayers taps away at the crease. He's looking down to see Kumar is over the wicket to him. Short delivery, pulls that away. That's going to go out into the deep. There's a fielder there, and Iyer is patrolling the boundary that time, and he sends in his return. Just 1 to the total, 3 for Mayers. King is on to 18. So you talked about the West Indies not wanting to lose wickets at this time. Don't forget, this game starting 3 hours late as a result of significant delays in crucial team luggage arriving into St. Kitts from Trinidad. What was the official statement? Crucial team luggage. Wonder what that meant. Here is Kumar. He's over the wicket, and he's bowling to King. King is playing it extra cover, and there's no run as Rohit comes in to do the fielding. You can't play cricket without your equipment, can you?
And more so, you cannot bat without your bat, and even your pads as well. Maybe if it's softball cricket video, but this level of cricket, and
that's not what the fans came out to see.
Exactly.
They want to see the hard stuff here, and the West Indies have come in with a good performance after this delayed start, bowling out India for 138. Here is King now, the Jamaican tall, elegant right-hander from Jamaica. This one he's playing through the extra cover region and picks up 1. It looks so easy for King. He missed out in terms of batting at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. 3rd over in the books, 23 without loss to West Indies. That's the latest score at Warner Park.
Yeah, good going by the West Indies, and they're going further to this, the end of the power play. Still 3 overs to go, 18 balls. It's a lot of balls remaining here in this power play, and we speak about their capability of losing wickets. And many a times you see the West Indies, when they start well, and they tend to get away with these aggressive shots, they tend to fail to rotate the strike, and you'd want to see a lot more of that. You're seeing some intentions from Mayers and King at the top here now to do that, so that's a good sign for them. But I said, when they get away with those aggressive shots, they tend not to rotate the strike.
Yes, Singh to King, and he is cutting this one away, and that one goes to deep point, and there's just 1 run. Karthik is out there and does the fielding. Over the years, we've seen India here in the Caribbean. I think one of the things the fans really enjoy seeing is there must be at least one player who's wearing a patka. And of course, Bishan Singh Bedi was one of the most famous ones, the left-arm spinner out of India, one of the great players in Indian cricket history.
Yeah, definitely. So Harbhajan Singh as well.
Harbhajan, of course, another one of those exciting spinners to come out of India. And there were many, many more. Maninder Singh was another one who would have worn the turban. Here is the latest of those, Arshdeep Singh. He's in now. He's over the wicket. He's bowling to the left-handed Mayers, who is on driving. Oh, that's just short of the fielder. Don't think it carried to him. but he hit that in the air, and it didn't carry to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. No run resulting.
Yeah, firing that one into the legs of Kyle Mayers there was Arshdeep Singh, and was flicked away powerfully. It went to Kumar very hard, but dropping way short of him. I think he did well to stop that one.
Yeah, it was that uncomfortable distance, just about 4 feet in front of you, where you're not going to get a good bounce of that. Did well to get the body behind it and the right hand. Mayers on 3 of 7 deliveries, 24 without loss West Indies, and the left-hander, high back lift, and he's looking to pull this one away, and that one may have gone bat into pad there. Certainly the leg stump was exposed, but no run resulting. Good delivery here from Singh. That was another slower delivery coming through.
Yeah, pace off the mode of attack here from Arshdeep Singh. Bowling a bit short of a good length and pace off. And Mayers playing very early there. He's looking at the toe of his bat, just hitting the toe of the bat and going back into the pitch.
Mayers now tapping away once again, and arm guard on as he looks down the pitch to see Arshdeep Singh running in towards him. And from the right hand, he transfers the ball to the left. This one is pulled away by Mayers, but not a lot of timing in the shot, and he can't get the run. A lot of some bowlers tend to do that, don't they, Visham? They run in with the ball on the other hand, and then they transfer it over before they deliver the ball.
Yeah, we see a lot of bowlers doing that. And look at this now. The umpire, he signals a no ball, a belated no ball call there by the TV umpire, Patrick Gustard.
Yeah, that was a late call, Patrick Gustard, from that part of the world. And here is Mayers facing up once again to Arshdeep Singh. And Singh got him out with a short delivery that sort of stopped on him, and he spooned it at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Let's see if he'll try the trick once again here. It is Singh. He's into Mayers, and this one he is on driving. That's gone powerfully away for 4 runs. What a shot there by Mayers. Full delivery, and he gave it the full treatment. That was in the air, but that was like a stinger flying along for 4.
Yeah, not much, he didn't look to overhit that, just whipping it back over Brandon King's head at the non-striker's end. And the mid-on fielder had no chance. It was well wide of him. Almost the helicopter shot there from Kyle Mayers.
Well, many kings have been beheaded in the past, and we almost saw another one here. Brandon King must be very lucky, because that was just over the top of his head. And what a shot by Mayers. That was hit powerfully. I tell you what, before that mid-on fielder moved to his right, the ball was already whistling past him. And Mayers received a lot of praise from Puran in an interview before this game, as he's facing up now to Singh. And this one is a slow delivery. He's playing into the cover region. There's no run. Fielder in quickly and prevents him from going for the run. 29 without loss. Mayers on 7, and 116 Ks on that one.
Yeah, Arshdeep Singh looking to, continue in the footsteps of so many great left-arm seamers that we saw from India. Guys like Ashish Nehra, Zahir Khan, and these guys, he's looking to continue in that mold.
Yeah, left-armers, not a lot of left-armers from India before the 1980s. It was after that as social traditions started to change. You saw more of them. And here's another one, Arshdeep Singh now. He's in. Past the umpire, bowling to the left-handed Mayers, who's trying to flick this one away, came off the pad, and there is no run. That is the end of the 4th over. King is on 20. Mayers stays on 7. And that is the latest situation here at Warner Park Stadium in St. Kitts.
Yeah, so a good start. West Indies continuing their good work here at the top. India, after 4 overs, they were 40 for 2. And the West Indies, they are 29 without loss. And the run rate at the moment, 7.25. So they are above that required run rate, which is a good sign for them. And the key, wickets intact. No wickets lost just yet. And it's a beautiful day here at Warner Park in St. Kitts. 31 degrees Celsius at the moment. And it's very hot out there.
Sort of game you just shouldn't be leaving at this point, but I don't think there's anybody at the stadium leaving at the moment. And 29 without loss, and the first sign of spin here, and it is Ravindra Jadeja who will be twirling it over with the left arm here for the Indians. The hair has grown a bit here for Ravindra Jadeja, who's coming in now and bowling to King. He's played it out to extra cover. There's no run. There's a slip in place in Rohit, backward point, and there's also cover point and an extra cover. Here's Jadeja now. Those lovely sunglasses of his. Coming down the track is King, and he powers that into extra cover, and that was an exceptional stop there by, is that Hardik Pandya who made the stop? That's wonderfully done.
We know how good of a fielder Hardik Pandya is. Sublime in the field.
Next one, King is making some room. Again, he powers it into the extra cover region. And Pandya, this is an easier stop this time. And he's just telling Jadeja, calm down, we have this under control. And he looks on now. Here's Jadeja, smile on his face. Hair flopping all over. King is sweeping this one behind square. That's beaten the field. It's running out towards the boundary and it hits the ropes. That's 4 runs. This one more on the line of the stumps. And King was just waiting for that. And he swept that away. 24 off 17 he has now.
Yeah, a bit too straight there from Ravindra Jadeja. Getting that front foot out very far and sweeping that one nicely. Kept it down, rolling the wrist over it. A perfect sweep shot from Brandon King.
Here's Jadeja again. This one's outside the off stump. Plays straight to extra cover. He was disappointed. King just threw his head up in the air after missing out on that one. And he stays on 24. Jadeja recovering from a knee injury to play in this game. And he's been to the barbers, at least for the facial hair and not for the one on top of his head. This one is worked into the onside by King. They will get 1 as he trots down to the other one. He will maintain the strike. After 5 overs, King is on 25. Mayers is on 7, and the West Indies making a solid start, 34 without loss after 5.
Yeah, just 5 runs in that Jadeja over, and it's a good one to close off that 5th over. The West Indies, they need another 105 runs from 90 balls at 7 runs per over. Brandon King, he's racing along nicely on 25 of 19. And Mayers has not seen much of the strike just yet. Just 12 balls faced, 2 overs that is. And he is on 7. He's not been able to get the pace of the track just yet, Kyle Mayers. And we may just see a change here again. From
Ashwin is coming in, yeah.
It's going to be Ravi Chandran Ashwin, who had a good outing in the last game as well for the Indians.
He did. Yeah, 2 for 22 here at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. So he was pretty good here, and he's having a animated conversation with Rohit Sharma, and in that very Indian sort of way, the way the head cocks left and then right as they're speaking. You don't see that in too many parts of the world. It's a very Indian thing as they speak, and the neck movements are very much a part of the way they express themselves through body language. 25 for King, 7 of Mayers. Well, his body language isn't good, Brandon King. And the right hand is facing up. Short third man and the short fine leg in place. Backward square leg also. Point. And there's also a fielder at a cover point and an extra cover for Brandon King. So he's looking, I'm sure he'll be looking to work this one. Well, that's an interesting line here as he's starting round the wicket here. Ashwin, that is worked on the leg side down to a long on for 1. So Ashwin opting to go round the wicket and not over the wicket here.
Yeah, we saw that in the last game as well at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. He did that a lot. And he's drifting the ball away from the right-handed King, and he's going to get it to turn back in. Ashwin, on any track, he gets spin. He tends to extract a lot of spin.
He can spin it on a concrete surface if he likes. Here is the left-handed Mayers, who's 7 off 12. Hasn't gone off to a fast start here, Mayers, as he usually likes to do. Ashwin just 1 off the first ball he's bowled. He's in round the wicket now, and Mayers looking to work this one. He's on driving, picks up 1. Fielder comes off the boundary to get the ball. So that's 1 run there, and Ashwin staying round the wicket, just trying to pitch it in line and get it to straighten. Opens up the LBW. The bowled is also on the cards there. The batsman miss. 36 without loss here, and here's Ashwin running in now. There's well, he swept this one away down the leg side, and he came inside his stumps and swept that away. Has that gone all the way for 4? That has gone. Slog swept away for 4 runs, and umpire Brathwaite confirms that is a boundary.
Yeah, 1 bounce into the rope there. Lovely shot by Brandon King. He read the delivery well from Ravi Chandran Ashwin. And it was that...
the carom ball.
Carom ball, yes.
Yes, it was. Yeah, that one was turning in sharply, but King got inside his stumps nicely. 30 of 21. He's now facing up to Ashwin again. Comes down the track and hits him straight. That's going to land in the pavilion. Wow, that is onto the roof here. And Brandon King has hit a massive 6. He is feeling good for this one. I'm not sure what they gave him at the U.S. Embassy. I think they all need some of that. 36 of 22. And that was the carom ball again.
Yeah, another carom ball greeted with the broad bat of Brandon King, who was using his feet nicely. The biggest 6 of the evening. 88 meters, that one.
Wow, 46 without loss, and this is faster outside the off stump. Ashwin has now come over the wicket, and that's true to the keeper and taken there. King missed out. He felt he should have guided that one down to third man. Faster and flatter from Ashwin. King is on to 36. He has Ashwin again over the wicket to King, places out in front of him. There's no run out to cover region, and that ends the 6th over. At the end of it, it is 46 without loss, and that was the last ball of the over. The first one there from Ashwin. Mayers on 8, and King has gone on to 36.
Yeah, so, Brandon King, he plays spin well. 640 runs in 53 innings against spin, not just in T20 cricket. That's all versions of the game, ODI and T20. So he has done well playing spin, and his average against spin is 26.66. So he plays spin well, and hence we saw it there in that over against Ravichandran Ashwin. Hardik Pandya is going to come into the attack now. He had a good outing with the ball in that last game at the Brian Lara Cricket Academy. Just a bit under in terms of wickets and matches. That ratio, 65 matches, 48 wickets. His economy a bit high as well, 8.43. Yeah, here's Pandya as he comes in now with his first delivery of the game. Runs into Kyle Mayers, who flicks this one over deep backward square leg and into the hands of Ravichandran Ashwin, who takes a simple catch. Pandya comes in and strikes immediately. What a blow that is. Mayers missing out here at Warner Park.
Yeah, because he's trying a few aggressive shots. He hasn't quite been able to get away. A little bit of an off-color innings here from Mayers, and finally gets one that he saw that he liked. Got some good contact on it, but just came off maybe not as much as the bat as he wanted, and it's gone straight into the hands of Ashwin, who's caught that at deep point end.
Well, that ball was there to be hit. It was on the line of the leg stump, but just outside the line of the leg stump. And it's a shot that Mayers normally plays well, but not getting contact. Just hitting under the bat, just about on the toe. And Ashwin did well to hold on. Right on the boundary ropes, they're just taking that catch, and Mayers misses out yet again. So the first wicket is down for the West Indies, and we were speaking about them not losing wickets in the power play. They didn't, but the first delivery immediately after the power play, they've lost one.
Yeah, the times that they would not have expected it. And Mayers has been praised by Nicholas Brewer, and he was saying that he's one of our most important players. He certainly is, but not quite firing with the bat here. Now it's Nicholas Puran in at 3, 1,300 runs plus, averaging 29. He'll take that any day.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think as a captain as well, he'd want to stand up today and play a big knock for the West Indians. King 36 of 24. 46-1 here, the West Indians. Here's Hardik Pandya. Comes in, bowls to King just outside the off stump. King guiding that one down to third man. And Ashwin is there again. He limits them to 1. It's 47 for 1 now, the West Indies. Remember the last wicket to fall, Kyle Mayers 8 of 14 deliveries. Just off the last delivery of the bowling of Hardik Pandya. He was caught by Ravichandran Ashwin at wide fine leg. So that's the lone wicket to fall for the West Indians. West Indies, they are chasing 139 for victory here at Bastair, Warner Park in St. Kitts. And it's the second Goldmedal T20 International, powered by Kent Water Purifiers. And Hardik Pandya picking up that first wicket. And what a blow it was. Here's Nicholas Puran, the captain of the West Indies team, taking strike now to Hardik Pandya, who's in and bowls a delivery that's full outside the off stump. Puran is chasing at it. He doesn't make contact, and Pant accepts that one at the back. And just, had he gotten a touch there, that would have been out. But Puran chasing at a wide delivery. I don't think he should have been chasing at that.
Well, Jason Holder batted at 3 the last time, and he got out for a 4-ball duck. This time, Puran, they've done away with that experiment. He's in at number 3.
Pandya is in again, and this one short on the line of the body, just on that hip area, and it's turned away. Puran's off and running. 49 for 1. Actually 48 for 1. 2 deliveries to go in the 7th over, and the rate in this over just, dropping a bit. And Nicholas Puran in his career thus far, he's had his highs, he's had his lows, Vidya.
Yeah, he certainly has had his highs and lows, just like with any other player. It's a very unpredictable format, this T20 format, but Nicholas Puran has been one of the best exponents of batting in this format you can think of. Remember, he had a nightmare 2021 season in the IPL before the break.
Yeah, definitely. So here's Pandya into King, who is cutting and cutting hard. That one taking the outside edge and running away down the third man for 4. They normally say when you're going, go hard. And that is what King has done there. The 50 comes up for the West Indies. They are now 52 for 1.
Yeah, he was slashing at that one, and it would have gone straight to perhaps a second slip or so. And that one, well, maybe a bit wide up to a third slip, between third and fourth slip. The third man was pretty wide, and he could not catch up with that one.
How will Pandya come back from that one? It wasn't a bad delivery. Here he is, a foolish delivery outside the off stump. King is playing and missing, and that completes the 7th over. At the end of 7, West Indies chasing 139 for victory. They are 52 for the loss of 1.
Good over there from Pandya, getting the wicket. Yes, there was the 4 in there also. He got Mayers out for the first ball of that over, but getting a boundary also. So Hardik Pandya, another one of the bowlers here for India. They still have some options here, don't they? We've seen the first over from Pandya. We've seen an over from Jadeja. We also in there, well, there's no Bishnoi here today. We haven't seen Avish Khan just yet to bowl. I'm wondering if they're going to use him in the middle to the late overs, because I know that Arshdeep Singh, he nails those Yorkers. He bowled 38 Yorkers in the IPL, the most of any bowler in the competition, and that's why he's here with this India team. Very, very good with those late Yorkers.
Yeah, Avish Khan. Speaking about Avish Khan, here he is. He comes into the attack now. You're asking the question, and here's Avish Khan. 10 matches, 8 wickets, an economy rate of 8.10. And he's going to be bowling to the West Indies captain, Nicholas Puran, who's on strike at the moment.
He rehearsed the back of the arm slow ball there before going in. Let's see what he tries first one up.
Here's Avish Khan with his first delivery of this series, driven away nicely backward of point, and that's going to run away for 4. Puran picks up his first boundary, and what a welcome for Avish Khan.
Well, perhaps he'd been hoping we didn't call for him, but that one, it was, well, not really a full delivery, but outside the off stump, gave Nicholas Puran the width, and he cut that away from the fielder at backward point. He had no chance, and the wide third man could not get across to that either. That's a nice-looking boundary there by Puran.
Khan will just need to correct his line, correct his length here in this delivery. Let's see if he does. He comes in, and broad-shouldered Avish Khan. Short delivery, pulled away, and that will go all the way for 6. Almighty shot there from Nicholas Puran, swiveling, pulling, and hitting that one all the way, maybe into the concessions here at Warner Park on the bank.
I think that cleared the concession stand. There were some people standing on their balcony in an adjacent compound, and that one almost carried to them. It was full. He's not the tallest man, so a good length delivery rising up almost towards his neck. Yeah, that was definitely a short one. Puran was waiting for that, and that traveled a long way. That is the biggest one, 98 meters.
98 meters, what a blow. Avish Khan being welcomed with disdain here by Nicholas Puran. We know the guy, we know Nicholas Puran. He can play like this. He's a dismissive player when he's in the mood. He could just be in the mood today.
62 for 1, the West Indies chasing 139.
Khan back into Puran. This time he's driving. And there is a mid-off. He'll get 1. That's maybe a slower delivery there from Avish Khan, taking pace off.
Yeah, the two deliveries before that, pace on. No, that was definitely pace off. There was pace on the previous two deliveries. One cut away for 4, the other hooked away for a 6. That one taking pace off. Puran he was early into the shot, but he's so good, Puran, that he was able to just hold back just that little bit and drive it along the ground to pick up 1.
Yeah, giving himself some time there, Nicholas Puran. Maybe he was expecting that. This time short, not getting up to Brandon King, who is facing up to Khan and not making contact. So a dot delivery. A good comeback there for Avish Khan in the final 2 deliveries.
Well, Puran, his hands are so good. In the last one-day international, he came down the track to 1, and he was beaten by the delivery. He was starting off to play 1 shot, and just adjusted so beautifully and played a late cut, and it went for 4. Extraordinary shot he played in the last game.
Khan back into Brandon King. This one he's guiding down to third man, who's very wide down there. That's Ashwin, who has been partnered by 3 of the substitute fielders for the Indians. They are just on the edge of the boundary rope with the water, and they're assisting Ravi Chandran Ashwin. 1 to Brandon King. He moves on to 42. Puran is on 12. The score 64 for the loss of 1.
Well, when the West Indies came out, there was a 74% probability of them winning. That probability stat has now gone up to 93%.
Yeah, what a start for them. This one full outside the off stump. Is that wide? And it looks as though the umpire signals are wide. We'll have to wait and see. No, he does not. So at the end of it, it's 64 for the loss of 1. West Indies looking to get 139 for victory here in the second gold medal T20 Cup, powered by Kent Water Purifiers.
And the current run rate just about 8. The required rate is continuing to drop every time. It's up to 6.25. So West Indies doing an excellent job here. However, as we say that, if the West Indies lose a couple of wickets here, that will certainly pile on the pressure. When you look at the way they started in the last T20 International, they lost a lot of wickets early, and that certainly put them under a lot of pressure. The West Indies lost 3 wickets after the power play, and they certainly sunk after that.
Yeah, India, they were 67 for 4 in their first innings. Hardik Pandya is going to come back into the attack. His first over going for 6. He picked up that lone wicket of Kyle Mayers, who went for 8 of 14. Here's Pandya into Brandon King, who's looking to slug this one away into the onside. Take the inside edge of the bat. It runs down to long one. King gets 1. He moves on to 43. And the score moves up to 65 for 1.
He slowed down now, King. He was going along at a rate of knots earlier, so now he's starting to slow down just a bit, but still in good shape. 43 of 30 deliveries, and it'll be interesting to see who the West Indies sends in next. Shimron Hetmeyer is out there cleaning out his bat handle, so obviously he wants to get in there to do battle. Now, he's one of the great finishers in the game, the 4th best in terms of the death overs of any batsman in the world is Shimron Hetmeyer.
Hardik Pandya is into Puran, short, pulled away, finds mid-wicket. That short mid-wicket. Surya Kumar Yadav is positioned there, and no run. Puran is down to have a word with King, doing some gardening as well in the process.
Yeah, no timing in the shot here. He's timed the deliveries where once the pace is there, he times it very well. Has struggled a little bit against when the bowlers take the pace off. It's very difficult to spot those subtle variations in pace when the ball is coming directly at you. And Pandya does that very well.
Pandya's a bowler who likes to hit hard lengths. Here he is, short, wide, outside the off stump. Pant is appealing, but Pandya doesn't appeal. And it's a wide signal by umpire Leslie Reefer Jr. Pandya was signaling to Rishabh Pant. He didn't hear anything. Did you?
Well, Rohit's just standing there and laughing, having a good a big smile on his face. He has the shades on, and Rohit with the full beard and mustache now. And he has been for a couple of years now. And Rohit's certainly one of the more exciting batsmen. I think outside of Kohli, he's the batsman everybody wants to see here in the Caribbean. Of course, Warner Park not able to see him today. Just 1 ball and out.
I think KL Rahul would have been one of those players as well. Pandya into Puran, straightish delivery on the line of the off stump. And Puran is just opening the face of the bat, guiding it down to short third man. He won't get a run. That's good fielding there at a short third man. 66-1 West Indies.
I think there was a run on there. It was King's call, and he decided not to go for the run. But still, the fielder moved across so aggressively, he decided, well, he was never going to go for that. But King on 43, and it's important for King to pick up the occasional boundary here, because once he starts to slow down, he might try to do too much.
Pandya comes into Puran once more, and he's getting on his toes there, Nicholas Puran, and looking to pull that one away, getting that left leg up, that right leg actually, and pulling it, but just hitting him on the tie, and the bat on the tie, and then he gets one. So Puran moves up to 13 of 9 deliveries. West Indies are 67 for 1. Yes, King certainly slowing down at the moment. He's on 43 of 30 balls. But he's approaching a half century here, Brandon King. But he don't want to be too careful. And Pandya settling. King as well. He's awaiting Hardik Pandya's 5th delivery of the 9th over. And the required run rate is 6.35. Here's Pandya. And that's a good line, a good length, straightish on the body. And not too short as well. King is working it into that onside. Ravindra Jadeja and Dinesh Karthik on the onside there. Karthik, the man at short mid-wicket, getting in behind that one.
Puran has been talking about the batters needing to find a way to carry on and make it count. I think that would apply certainly to King right now, and also to himself, because he's already on 13 of 9.
Yeah, he will look to finish this over well as well. The 9th over, Pandya is into him. It's a full delivery outside the off stump. Jadeja fires the return. And King was in time there at the non-striker's end. He gets 1. So at the end of 9, it's 68 for the loss of 1. Brandon King is on 44 of 32. Nicholas Puran, he's on 13 of 9. That over of Pandya just going for 4 runs.
Yeah, another good tidy over there from Pandya, and they're starting to pull things back here. There was that over, the previous over, they got 12 of it, and the other over before that, but 6 and 4 of the 2 overs in between. So they're starting to pull things back just a little bit here. India, West Indies still only needs 71 of 66 deliveries, but a couple of wickets here for India could slow down that scoring rate a bit more and start to exert some pressure on the West Indies.
In a very comfortable position at the moment, the West Indies. They wouldn't want to throw this one away, and this would be their first victory of the entirety of this series, both the one-day internationals and the T20 series.
Certainly will take the pressure off Nicholas Puran. He wants to see this through.
Yeah, Ashwin comes back into the attack, one of the senior players in this Indian team. He's bowling to Brandon King, who is getting a delivery that's just outside the line of the leg stump. He's opening up, on driving this one down to long on, and he gets 1.
Yeah, 1 more for King. He's on just 5 away now from his half century. Puran 13 of 9. So these two came together at 46. So they have now put on 23 runs in very, very quick time. The Indian fans are following their team. There are a lot of them in St. Kitts, a lot of expats also in St. Kitts, and they are celebrating their team's appearance here.
Ashwin into Puran, a straightish delivery. Puran working it into the onside, and he gets a single now. So this is more like it from the West Indies. Good deliveries piling up on them, but they are not allowing pressure to build a Vidya. They are just, rotating the strike.
Well, Puran will try his best not to get himself out here, and as King gets another single.
Yeah, this one played away nicely on the offside, and Ashwin again coming back well in this over, and he bowled that first over for 12 runs. Now he's just conceded 15, so this 3 deliveries just going for singles. 71 for 1 the West Indies, 46 to King, 4 runs away from 50. Here's Ashwin. Puran using his feet. This could be a massive blow if it crosses the boundary. It gets height. It doesn't get distance. And my oh my, Hardik Pandya, is it? No, it's Surya Kumar Yadav who takes the catch at long on. And Puran goes for 14. And that's a big wicket. Ashwin gets his man for the 2nd time in the series.
Yeah, he's taken him down again. And Nicholas Puran, who made that comment we mentioned about batters needing to carry on and make it count, he has not done that today. He's gone after Ashwin, 2nd delivery, and straight down the throat. He didn't get all of that, and a good catch by Yadav. And once again, Puran has to lead from example, and he has not been able to do that today. Perhaps pulling the trigger a little bit early here. Certainly, there was not on. It was there was not needed at this point. It's almost a runner ball at the moment, so the odd boundary would have helped the situation. But Puran chancing his arm once too many, and he's lost his wicket.
Yeah, looking to be a bit over-aggressive there, Nicholas Puran. Ashwin gets his man yet again, and Puran just making way for Shimron Hetmyer. And the video was mentioning earlier that Shimron Hetmyer is a wonderful finisher, one of the top finishers in the game. And he would certainly need to, do more than that in this game here. Normally, he'd come in, look to finish the game, as we said, but there's more to do. 44 matches being played in T20 International cricket by Shimron Hetmyer. He's had 3 half-centuries and 680 runs.
Average just about 21, but that often doesn't really tell you about the quality of a player. I don't think Puran quite got to the pitch of that one, and that one, it could have been the carom ball, because just hitting off the off-center of the bat, and that's all you need to do. You just need to beat the batsman enough to get off-center, and you can claim his wicket.
Yeah, and Ashwin is into King, and he gets through for a quick single. He moves on to 47. The score now 72 for 2. If you missed it, Nicholas Puran, he went for 14 off 11 deliveries. He was gone to Ravichandran Ashwin, caught at long on by Surya, Kumar, Yadav. Puran looking to use his feet, and he was looking to strike one over the boundary, but he found Yadav at long on, and he had to perish.
Hetmyer is not the best against off-break bowlers. Against pace, he averages, his strike rate is 144 and 149. Against the off-break bowlers, 97.53 his strike rate, and against leg break bowlers, 118. So clearly he struggles against the spinners, and this is one of the top spinners in the world here, and an off spinner. So he will be the one to keep Hetmyer a bit quiet.
Let's see if he can. Ravichandran Ashwin throwing the ball from hand to hand, practicing his off spinners. And Hetmyer settles. He takes his guard and he waits on Ashwin, who comes in now. A delivery that's just a bit slow through the air there from Ashwin. And on the line of middle and leg stump, Hetmyer turning it away into the onside. He gets off the mark with his very first delivery that he has faced. That was the final ball of the 10th over. At the end of 10, it's 73 for 2. Brandon King, 3 runs away from his half-centuries on 47. And Hetmyer, he is on 1.
It's halfway mark here for the West Indies, and they've gotten to 73 for 2. The current run rate 7.3 and over, and the required rate just about 6.6. So that's not too bad there for the West Indies, and it is for Brandon King. If he can stay true for about 5 more overs, the West Indies should run out victorious here. But if he goes, and if Hetmyer perhaps just coming back into the game, he hasn't played cricket for 2 months before the game against the India at Taruba. This could be a very interesting proposition. India would sense that they are in with a shout.
Yes, certainly. And Vidya, have to say, West Indies, they are in an advantageous spot at the moment in the game. And if they can win this game, that would set up the third T20 International very nicely. And of course, that would take place right here at Basté in Warner Park.
Pandya is going to continue.
And here is Hardik Pandya. He comes into Shimron Hetmyer, and who's just playing this one into the offside. That one was just a bit short, and Hetmyer playing that one basically on the front foot into the offside. What a lovely place St. Kitts and Nevis is. Beautiful, isn't it, Vidya?
Yeah, it certainly is. I haven't been there myself, but I've seen pictures of it, and certainly hope to visit that wonderful pair of countries, a twin island state, just like our native land, Trinidad and Tobago. Incidentally, TNT celebrating Emancipation Day today, so very happy Emancipation Day in Trinidad. Other countries also would celebrate that day.
Yeah, this one again from Pandya is just played down to short third man, and Hetmyer in the end getting through for a single. Not a good piece of fielding there at short third man. The ball was picked up cleanly. It was thrown back to the stumps. Missed it. Pant was not there, and not good backing up as well. So they get through for a single. It's a leg by actually. So Hetmyer not getting that one to his name. Was another slower ball here. That one beating Hetmyer all ends up.
Yeah, just ballooned off the pad and away from the fielder. Outside of Tim David, Jimmy Neesham, and Karthik, who we mentioned earlier. Hetmeyer is one of the best finishers in the game. He's the fourth best since the IPL ended in the death overs.
Pandya bowling this one just outside the off stump. Shortish delivery that Brandon King is working down to third man, opening the face of the bat, guiding that one, playing it late as can be, and he moves on to 48. The score now 76 for the loss of 2.
And you're having a laugh there with umpire Brathwaite. The series certainly has been conducted in a very, very good spirit all the way through. The teams obviously know each other well. A lot of these players from the West Indies campaign in the IPL, and they play against these Indian players for 6 or 7 weeks of the year.
So it's 75 for 2, but King moves up to 48 of 36. This would be a welcome half century for Brandon King. The required run rate 6.74. West Indies above that at the moment, and around about 0.04, sorry. And Pandya is into Hetmeyer, who plays this one into the offside. No run, 0.40. That is Vidya, not 0.04. Yes, there was 7.03 at the moment. That dot ball just decreasing that. And Pandya has bowled well thus far. This is a brilliant spell of bowling. 1 for 11 in 2.4 overs. And I think his captain, Rohit Sharma, would be very happy with this performance.
16 balls, 11 runs, and the wicket. You certainly couldn't ask for more if you're a captain at this point, and especially with the opposition in such a dominant position.
Pandya with his 5th delivery of the 11th over. Another slower ball, this time a short delivery, and Hetmeyer has a laugh. And it just goes into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. Hetmeyer missing out on that one. This is some really good bowling here from Hardik Pandya, leading the attack of the Indians at the moment. And
slow bouncer it was that time.
Just on target, that bouncer as well, not over the helmet or the head of Hetmeyer. And Pandya was looking to go back in this time and halts his run up. Hetmeyer just not ready just yet. And looking to finish off the 11th over here. Hardik Pandya is getting through his overs quickly as well. The medium pacer. He comes in now and passes the umpire and bowls another good delivery from Pandya. And Pant appeals, and it looks as though Hetmeyer is gone. And that's the 3rd wicket down for the West Indies. And he has been given out, but it looks as though Hetmeyer is standing his ground.
Well, I don't think he's standing his ground. I think what's happened here is that the umpires are just consulting. The Indian players thought that they had gotten their man because they were celebrating among themselves. But let's see what's happened here. It looked like it did get the edge. The ball coming across Hetmeyer. But I think they're still considering this one. Well, the scoreboard says it's 3 down and Hetmeyer's gone. But I think it's gone to the 3rd umpire.
Well, it was taken very low to the ground video as well by Rishabh Pant. So maybe they are looking to check to see if it's a clean catch. Another slower ball. That was, yes, it certainly
definitely
took the outside edge.
Yeah, definitely an edge because there's a huge deflection. We're looking at the replay, and that one coming off the middle of the bat, and ultra edge. We're looking at ultra edge, and that confirms, yes, there was a definite edge. That one coming off the bat, and did it carry now? That's the other part of the equation that we need to square off. Did Pant take it cleanly? He's getting the gloves under it, and it looks like it's hit the ground just in front of his gloves. So that is not going to count. Patrick Gustard has a decision to make, but to my eye at least, that one looks like it hit the ground just before it got into the gloves.
Yeah, to me as well, that looks as though it struck the ground and then went into the gloves of Rishabh Pant. Good effort though by him. We'll have to wait and see what umpire Gustard thinks, of course. But clearly an outside edge. Hetmeyer looking to run that one down to 3rd man. And yeah, there was certainly a bounce on there.
Well, the ball after, even so, it was barely held on by Pant because it dropped just in front of his gloves. He was coming forward to it. He tried to make the best out of it, bounces into the gloves, and then after it sticks in there, in the tips of the fingers, before he closes onto it. But he's now been given not out. So that's going to stand. So he survived. Hetmeyer, he's on 1, King on 48. So that was a bit of a scare there for Hetmeyer, who got the edge, and he stays on one. He's going to run back in, but a good delivery here from Pandya, one that just touched down maybe about middle and off and moving away enough to take the edge, and he survives.
Yeah, and I think he'll welcome that chance. He lives to fight another day, and he'll gladfully accept this opportunity. And Brandon King, 2 runs away from that half century. And many times you see openers get runs for the West Indies, not being able to carry on. They want somebody to bat through the innings and lead the way and, anchor that innings. And Brandon King, if he gets to a half century, I think he'd want to carry them home.
Here's Ashwin, the off spinner. He's bowling over the wicket. He is into King, and who's looking to turn this one on the leg side, straight back down the track for the bowler to field, and there is no run. 11 runs in the last 3 overs scored by the West Indies, and losing 1 wicket during that time. Here's Ashwin coming down the track. Is King. He waits and sees the ball spinning into him, cuts it away, and picks up 1. So 11 off the last 3. India have come back very well here.
Yeah, they have. And I think Brandon King adjusting well in that last delivery as well. He was using his feet, Ashwin pulling back his length. Good cricket on the parts of both King and Ashwin. And he had also a leg slip for King as well.
And Hetmeyer is pulling this one away wide off the long on-fielder, and that has gone for 4. Excellent shot there by Hetmeyer. Not the worst of deliveries. It wasn't exactly a short delivery, but he went back, made some room for himself, and pulled that away for 4.
Yeah, just a bit short, not too short, and it was turning as well. Hetmeyer did well to get it where he did, through that vacant deep mid-wicket region.
Ashwin again, this time beats him outside the off stump. The bails are taken off, but Hetmeyer was clearly in the crease. He stays on 5, King on 49. West Indies are 80 for 2. India put the brakes on the West Indies here. And that one's certainly curving in and just cutting away. That's a top delivery from Ashwin.
Drift and turn.
Yeah, certainly. As the next one that Hetmeyer is playing on the onside, picks up 1. We talked about his struggles against the off spinners, and you can see why that is very much a case.
Yeah, just playing close to bat and pad. They're playing inside the line of that delivery of Ashwin. And luckily he didn't get bat onto it.
King on 49 faces up to Ashwin, turning this on the leg side. That is going to be his 50. King is 50 of 39 deliveries, and the West Indies are 82 for 2. Congratulations to Brandon King, and he has gotten the 50 here, gets some nice applause from his teammates just off the field. End of the 12th over. At the end of it, West Indies 82 for 2. Latest score here at Warner Park.
Brandon King in the lead up to this game, he had 3 international T20 half centuries. He's now gotten his 4th half century. So a top knock from the opener. But as I said before, I think he would want to, push on and take his team home.
Current score rate is 6.83. The required rate has gone back over 7 now. So India pulling things back. That's the most expensive over they've had since the 8th over, when they collected 12 runs. And the other overs outside of that have yielded 6, 4, 5, 2, and 7 runs. So since Ashwin has come on, he has been able to pull things back here for India in a big way. So King off the mark. Jadeja is going to continue. And Jadeja, after seeing his hair flopping in his eyes all the time, he's now gone for the black headband. Looking like a 70s rock star.
Yes, he is all over the place at the moment. Ravi Jadeja.
Yeah, so he's bowling now to Brandon King, who's on 50 not out. Here's Jadeja, and King is playing this back down the track to Jadeja. Someone was making the comment online that you barely have time to blink and Jadeja's over has come to an end. He's very, very quick, Ravi Jadeja. Here he is in to King, and who is working this one onto the onside. They get 1. Hetmeyer just struggles down to the other end, just gets there. He escapes the throw. That's 83 for 2.
Yeah, Jadeja with that short run up, just about 5 steps as he approaches the crease. And yeah, he is a very short run-up, and that adds to that period as well of his quick bowling. Gets through his overs very quickly.
A pink band on his right wrist, none on his left wrist, or else the batsman may have complained about it. He's now twirling the ball from hand to hand and just getting ready to come in. A hint of a smile on his face, number 8 on his back. Here he is, left arm over to Left arm round to Hetmeyer, who's hit it straight back to him, and he's gone. Hetmeyer survived a chance to Pandya in the last over, but this time trying to pull this one and straight back to Jadeja, who claims his first wicket. His figures 1 for 6, and Hetmeyer's caught and bowled Jadeja. He's out for 6 runs.
Well, it was a short delivery, and I can't understand. Hetmeyer was making room, and he was opening up the onside, and then at the very last moment he was playing it straight back to the bowler with a straight bat. I can't understand why he didn't look to pull that through the onside. You were already in position, and in the end he has to go for 6 off 10 deliveries.
Yeah, he was trying to pull it onto the onside, but I think that one just came perhaps off the leading edge and went straight back to Jadeja, and Hetmeyer, walking off the field, punches the middle of his bat in disgust, and he has gone for 6. So his return has not been a special one. Hetmeyer went for 14 or 15 deliveries in the last game, and now he goes for 6 here off the 10 deliveries he's faced, and his struggles continue on his return.
Yeah, it does. And 83 for 3 now. West Indies, they wouldn't want to give up on this start. Looking at that dismissal again, it was a short delivery, and Hetmeyer, he actually played it straight back to Jadeja. He didn't angle that bat at all to get it into the onside. And the last man you want to be hitting that ball to, Vidya, is Ravindra Jadeja.
Yeah, he just cramped him for room. That one pitching at middle and leg stump and turning back away from Hetmeyer. That's why it took the edge of the bat instead of the meat of the bat. And it went straight back to Jadeja, and he made what was fairly... Well, that was a very quick catch. He made that look very easy. Just a walk in the park there for Ravindra Jadeja. And Hetmeyer, who struggles against the spinners, has again perished to 1 here. 12 and a half overs gone, and there's confirmation that he was in fact out. They were reviewing it, but Hetmeyer knew that the writing was on the wall. 6 off 10, and that brings Devon Thomas back. He hasn't been in for T20 cricket for some time, and now he is in back. Now, he has played T20 cricket in various leagues, including the CPL, and he's been quite successful. He faces up to Ravi Jadeja, and he's flicking one this on the onside, picks up 1 in front of square leg, and that's all he's going to get. So he's off the mark. Brandon King is back on strike, 84.3. The last match he played was Bangladesh, wasn't it? Yeah, he was in for the Bangladesh series.
Yeah, that's the last T20 game that he's played. July 2nd, 2022 against Bangladesh at Rosso.
And here is Jadeja. This is the next delivery. He's playing through the vacant third man positions. That's running away down towards the boundary. Ashwin has tracked it down. In the meantime, King has crossed for 2. He's up to 53 now of 42 deliveries. West Indies are 86 for 3. They were 46 for 1 at one point, 72 for 1. So India have pulled things back in a big way here.
Yeah, and this little period here for the West Indies is going to be a testing one. A lot on the shoulders of Thomas and King.
Yes, Jadeja, this one is a quicker one that King is sweeping at. Didn't make contact. The keeper has just thrown it back onto the stumps. They're appealing for... Well, they're appealing for something here. And let's see, the DRS timer is on. Yes, they decided to review it. They have decided to review it. And let's see how that's going to turn out. I think there was an appeal for a stumping.
Well, Jadeja was saying that one was heading down the leg side. Rishabh Pant, he convinced Rohit Sharma to take that review. And I think he would, have a big part to play in this review. So we'll have to wait and see. If that didn't hit the bat or the glove, I think this could be a very good shout.
Let's see what happens here. Now it's coming in from Jadeja. It's outside the off stump. And that looks pretty close. He was sweeping at that one, Brandon King. Did that touch the gloves? It was close to the gloves. It hits the front pad. Ultra Edge will confirm if there was a touch. It's passing close to the bat, and it's passing under the bat. There's no spike, and that one cannons into the pad, and it's just about the knee roll, the bottom of the knee roll. So, and he wasn't far forward. This is going to look very interesting. The stumps have come up now. The sweep shot is out. He's been hit outside of the off stump. Playing a shot, hit outside the off stump, and that is not going to go the way of the Indians here. The review has been lost.
Yeah, well, that was going to be the only thing to save Brandon King there if the ball impacted him outside the line of the off stump. That it did. But I don't think it was a bad review. That was a close one, you know, for Rohit Sharma and Rishabh Pant. Certainly Jadeja's intention to not go for the review, that would have been a good one, Vidya. But he was saying that it would have been going down the leg side.
He got it 3 stumps wrong there, Jadeja, because that one was just outside the off stump, and the review showing that that King survives. So King is on 53 or 43, and if King had gone there, that would have made it very, very interesting indeed, because the West Indies have lost 3 wickets in quick time. 72 for 1 they were at one point. Now they are up to 86 for 3. So 2 wickets going down for the addition of 14 runs. And Ashwin is going to be back on the picture here. His first delivery is a dot ball to Thomas. So he's on to 1. He's still on 1, 86 for 3. Here's Ashwin now. He's over the wicket. He's bowling to Devon Thomas. And Devon Thomas playing the off break to short third man. He's gone for the single. It was a missed field, and he gets through for the run. So he's up to 2 now.
Yeah, good looking shot there by Thomas, playing that one very close under the eye line and guiding it down to short third man. Ashwin is getting sharp turn on this wicket, I must say.
Yeah, he's just slowing it up here and extracting a lot of turn. Not pushing it through. We saw the carom ball go for 2 boundaries earlier. This one is a full toss that's swept away by King. That's going to go for 4. I think he tried it once again there, and it hasn't worked out for him once again. And King was onto that very quickly. He picks up another boundary. He's up to 57 or 44. And the West Indies 91 for 3. Remember, they're chasing 139 for victory.
Much needed boundary there by Brandon King and the West Indies. A timely one. 91 for 3 now. Looking a bit better here now, the West Indies. The key for them, not to lose much wickets.
Brandon King comes down the track. He's hitting this one through extra cover. That could also go for 4, but for a brilliant stop on the boundary. A nice diving stop, and Yadav dives away to make the stop.
As clean as a whistle there from Surya Kumar. Yadav diving to his left and collecting cleanly with that left hand.
Saved 2 runs there, Yadav, and that was with his left hand also. He is right-handed, so he made that look quite simple. Next delivery from Ashwin. King plays down the track for him. There is no run. 1 ball remaining, and this is going to be Ashwin's last ball of his 4-over spell. They gambled with an extra over from Ashwin. Let's see what happens now. Ashwin pulls out of it, and King still on strike on 59 of 46, 93 for 3. The tall figure of Ravichandran Ashwin looks away to his left and then to his right. Hands on the ball in that holding for the off break. That one goes straight on, and King has dabbed it into the offside through the extra cover region. Picks up 1. That is the end of 14 overs. King is on 60, Thomas on 2, and the West Indies chasing 139 for victory on 94 for 3.
Yeah, good position for the West Indies, and wood coming to hand as well as the West Indies cricket board has also named the team for that, the West Indies A team for that 4-day test series against Bangladesh A, and also the 1-day 50-over matches. And Joshua De Silva, he has been named captain of the West Indies A team for both the 4-day matches and the 50-over matches. And the 4-day team, Joshua De Silva captain, Alec Athanaze, Colin Archibald, Yannick Carrier, Kesey Carty, Brian Charles, Tejnarayan Chandapal, Justin Greaves, Tevin Imlach, Sherman Lewis, Jeremiah Louis, Makino Mindley, Anderson Phillip, and Jeremy Solazano.
There's also the ODI team, which Visham will name in a minute here, because Ravi Jadeja is just about to continue. 2 overs, 1 for 9. Got the wicket of Hetmeyer in the last over. He's bowling to Brandon King, who's on 60, and King is working this from on the stumps through the cover region and crosses for 1. Thomas is back on strike. What's that ODI side?
Joshua De Silva captain again, Alec Athanaze, Teddy Bishop, Tejnarayan Chandapal, Yannick Carrier, Justin Graves, Tevin Imlach, Preston McSween, Jeremiah Louis, Sherman Lewis, Makino Mindley, Anderson Phillip, Kevin Sinclair, and Shamar Springer.
Next delivery from Ashwin outside the off stump, taken by the keeper, and there is no run. Devon Thomas 2 on 4 early in his innings here, and one would feel that for his survival in this West Indies team, he needs to get an innings of some substance, and if he can hold on with King and take the West Indies to victory, that will certainly add in his favor to stay on in this West Indies team. So we're almost into the death overs here. It's Jadeja and Thomas is sweeping this one behind square. That's going to run close to the boundary. There's a fielder coming across and makes the stop. Kumar is there. I think we might see Kumar coming back in very quickly. Jadeja in his third over, and that is Thomas picking up 2 more runs.
Yeah, Kumar and Ashdeep Singh to come back for the Indians.
3 balls to go in the 15th over. West Indies 97 for 3 as Ravi Jadeja left arm round the wicket, and Thomas is driving this one. Comes off the edge, beats the fielder, and that's a horrible misfield, and that's going to run close to the ropes here. And in the meantime, Iyer has run across to make the stop, and West Indies get 2. Rohit Sharma doesn't look too pleased with that bit of misfielding.
Yeah, that's a poor piece of fielding, you have to say, from Ravi Ashwin, who's just completed his bowling effort. And the West Indies just 1 run shy of that 100.
99 for 3 it is, and Thomas is forward to this one, plays it to cover, and there's just 1 run. So the 100 up for the West Indies now, 100 for 3. King on 61, Thomas on 7. India brought up their 100. They were 4 wickets down at that point in the 13th over. So West Indies going a little bit slower here. Here is Jadeja. This one is played again, this time down to the long off position. 1 more run, and Thomas is on 7, King is on 62, and the West Indies after 15 overs are 101 for 3. Latest score at Warner Park.
Yeah, looks in a good position, the West Indies, to take this one. And remember, it's the first T20 international game being played by India at Warner Park in St. Kitts. And the weather as well has held up nicely for this contest. India would want, I'm sure they would want to win this one. And they'd want to win, you know, all 5 matches. The 3 ODIs have been taken, and they have already won the first T20 game of the series. Remember, it's a 5-match series, 1 more to go in St. Kitts. There was 1 already played at the Brandon Cricket Academy, and there are 2 that's going to be played in Fort Lauderdale as well. That follows these 2 in St. Kitts. So it's 38 required from 30 here at St. Kitts. 101 for 3, the West Indians. Brandon King is on 62, not out. Nicholas Puran, he went for 14. Hetmaya went for 8. And it looks as though Avesh Khan is going to be coming back into the attack.
It's not Arshdeep, in case you're watching the TV and listening to radio. Another one of these players has used one of the T-shirts by Arshdeep Singh. I'm sure he's gotten more than his share, so he's distributing it among his team members, because Yadav also has an Arshdeep T-shirt, and Avesh Khan.
Very kind guy, Arshdeep Singh.
Hope it hasn't been extracted by force. And certainly not so.
Is Avesh Khan bowling to Brandon King, and the King giving himself room, too much room though, and that one fired in on that guideline. Not a chance for the umpire to raise his arms, and King making too much room. He couldn't access that delivery, and it's a good one from Avesh Khan. Dot ball.
Good start from him, and he's gone for 12 off his first over. And he was also very expensive. He had the most expensive debut by any Indian player in quite a long time. So it doesn't augur well for him here.
Here he is again, Avesh Khan. He comes in past his umpire Brathwaite. And this one is struck down the ground powerfully. And that goes all the way for 6. Brandon King with a handsome looking shot here late in the innings in the 16th over. A much needed shot, a much needed 6 for the West Indies. Avesh Khan being taken to the attack again by Brandon King.
Looking to pull that one. I thought that one would have gone over more on the leg side. That one went actually very, very straight there. Almost like a tennis shot by Brandon King. That's gone for 6.
Yes, economy rate again climbing for Avesh Khan. 18 runs in just 8 deliveries. And he's bowled him. What a comeback for Avesh Khan. Brandon King looking to make room again making too much room. He was almost around the 6th stump on the leg side where he ended up, and his middle and leg stump has been castled by Avesh Khan. What a delivery from the Indian seamer coming in today to this game, and he's making his presence felt.
Yeah, he roared there as he got that wicket, and he certainly celebrated that one. Now, Brandon King, 68 of 52 deliveries. I'm sure the West Indies would have hoped he would have gone along a little bit longer, but he has put the West Indies in a very good position to go on to win this one now. They need 32 of 27 balls. They are favourites to win at this point, but India prized out a fourth wicket, and they've gotten the dangerous King. Thomas is not firing just yet. Holder should be the next one in.
Yeah, and we spoke about Holder. He hasn't been, firing on all cylinders since coming back into the West Indies team after the COVID bout as well. And they would need a big performance from him today. They are in the driving seat, yes, but it's going to be the vice-captain, Rovman Powell, who is coming out there now. 699 runs in 44 matches, an average of 26. And he is someone who can destroy a bowling attack if he gets off.
Yeah, 100 and 450s in there, but was that shot necessary at this point? Not to take away from the delivery, it was a very good Yorker by Avesh Khan, but was there a reason for that at this point? You've gotten a 6 off the last delivery, and looking to target that boundary square of the wicket was Brandon King. But a really good response from Khan.
Under no real pressure at the moment, the West Indies. Here's Avesh Khan to Rovman Powell. The first delivery, that's tailing back into the right-hander. And Powell doesn't make contact. It beats the inside edge of the bat. And a dot delivery. So 107 for 4 at the moment. Powell yet to get off the mark. Thomas is on 7 off 7. A 6 and a wicket in the over for Avesh Khan thus far.
Well, that one just swinging slightly into the right-hander. The one that defeated Brandon King may have started just around off stump, hit the leg stump. This one also tailing back into Powell, so he'll have to look carefully at this. And I think Khan is going to go very full here and look for that late swing.
You would have to do that if he wants to, make use of that swing that he's getting here at Warner Park. Comes in now, passes the umpire and bowls a good delivery. Tighten line, tighten length there, and you don't want to be running in the arms of Ravindra Jadeja. He has positioned that backward point, one of his, one of those areas that he really patrolled over the years, Vidya.
Yeah, he's very good, and that one was to his left side, so getting it into the left hand quickly, got a good bounce, and the batsman was sent flying back into their creases. Nobody was going to run to Jadeja.
Rovman Powell yet to get off the mark. He's faced 2 deliveries. Remember the final wicket to fall? Well, the last wicket to fall was that of Brandon King. And he made a half century. Here's Avesh Khan. A short delivery that's been pulled by Rovman Powell. Finds DK, Dinesh Karthik, at deep backward square leg. And Powell is off the mark at the end of 16. The West Indies chasing 139. They are 108. For the loss of 4. Good over comes to an end by Avesh Khan. Just 7 runs and a wicket in that.
31 needed of 24. It's starting to get a bit tighter here, and the West Indies, the required rate just about 7.75. If the West Indies are not able to get perhaps a boundary in the next over, it's going to be interesting. The West Indies tailed away in the last 6 overs or so. They were underneath the blue Indian worm. Now the scores are starting to catch up. India at this point were 112 for 5. So the West Indies just about where the Indians were at this point. However, they were a wicket better at this point.
This could very well be a nail-biting finish here according to how these overs go. And the man standing in the way who could make that happen is Ashdeep Singh. And he has certainly bowled well. 16 runs in 2 overs. Not the best of economies today, but he's done well in the past. He has, he's similar to Obed McCoy in so many ways, Vidya.
And he's very good. He has a very good Yorker, which he has used to telling effect in the last game, and that's where he's going to go here. And he knows all about Powell. He would have faced up against Powell in the IPL.
Yes, so Rovman Powell taking strike. Remember, he just came to the crease after the fall of that wicket of Brandon King, who went for 68 off 52. He struck 8 fours and 2 sixes in that. Here's Ashdeep Singh into Powell. He's coming around the wicket, and Powell is driving that one down to long off, and he gets 1. Powell is skipping around at the non-striker's end now. He's getting himself warm. He wants to get into this game. He want to finish this game before that 20th over. You don't want to leave it to that final over video. You never want to leave it to the final over.
Not at all. That's not what teams try to target it well before that. And Arshdeep Singh certainly one of the top contenders at this time. The man from Punjab, and played for Punjab in the IPL.
He's done really well for Punjab Kings and formerly Kings 11 Punjabs. Here is Arshdeep Singh again, wide outside the off stump, and Thomas is looking to play this one backward of point, and he misses out.
Yeah, he would have come up against Powell at the with the Delhi Capitals, so he would certainly have come up against him at some point. And Powell must have in the back of his mind that that Yorker is going to come. You're going to play the Yorker. You're going to, if you're expecting the Yorker, you might unconsciously use that shorter backlift, and that's where the power goes. So when the ball drops a little bit short, there's not much in there in terms of you forcing it away.
Arshdeep Singh running in quickly. A very long run up from him. This one on the line of that off stump there, and just bouncing over it. I don't know what Thomas was doing there. He was getting back and across, looking to work that into the onside, and it was through him. It was a slower delivery from Arshdeep Singh as well.
Well, if you're looking at the T-shirts of the two bowlers who have bowled the last 2 overs, Arshdeep Singh is bowling from both ends, apparently. But it's Avesh Khan wearing an Arshdeep Singh T-shirt at the other end. This is, will the real Arshdeep Singh please stand up? Here he is.
And there's another Arshdeep in the field as well. It's Surya Kumar Yadav.
3 of them out there. Only one with a patka, though.
Here's Arshdeep Singh. Thomas looks around. Must be looking where those gaps are. Needs to find it. Here's Singh passes the umpire wide off the crease and bowls a delivery on the line of that middle and off stump. It's driven away through the offside down to DK, Dinesh Karthik, who is patrolling that point region on the boundary. And 1 to Thomas. Thomas moves on to 8 of 10 deliveries. Powell, he's on 2 of 4. It's 110 for 4.
Well, the game is getting a lot tighter now, and these two bowlers, Avesh Khan with that 7-run over last time up, and Arshdeep Singh here with another tight over. He has kept things quiet here for the West Indies. The West Indies need a boundary. They need, right now, 27 of 20 deliveries.
27 of 20, Vidya said. It's getting close. It's getting close. Here's Arshdeep Singh, who's not getting close to the stump. This one hitting Powell very short there. Maybe on the helmet. We'll have to look at that again. It was a very short delivery. It was steep climbing on Ravman Powell. And I'm sure Arshdeep Singh, being the kind person that he is from what we've seen on the field, he's asking Ravman Powell if he's okay. And he's acknowledging and he's saying yes. And it was a run. So maybe just coming off the bat. Here's that delivery again.
Well, it seemed to hit him on his shoulder. Maybe coming off the bat and onto shoulder, but Powell has those bulging shoulders, spends a lot of time in the gym. I think he might have to apologize to the ball, which may have taken the brunt of that lash.
Nelson on the board, 1-1-1 for 4. Here's Arshdeep Singh, passes the umpire, bowls this one right up into the block hole, driven down the ground to long off. Surya Kumar Yadav is down there. Thomas gets 1 at the end of 17. West Indies, they need another 27 runs from 18 balls. And, well, the score is just about 112 for 4, Vidya.
27 needed off the last 3. West Indies need a big over, and they need it very, very soon. It's not a lot of runs. However, in the context of this game, 7 runs and over is just about what the Indians got in their innings. And they didn't get a lot of boundaries down towards the end here. So it's going to be critical at this point what's going to happen. Now, I think Khan is going to come back on. Remember, Khan got a 6 late on in his innings, and that's going to be critical. One of his boundaries, actually, I think in the game the West Indies lost by 3 runs. Khan, I think there was a boundary late. It wasn't Khan that time, but the matches between these two teams have been fairly close in the one-day series. The first 2 at least. A blowout in the third ODI, blowout in the first T20, but this one is back on track.
And Hardik Pandya coming back into the attack. He's bowled 3 and he's picked up the 1 wicket, that of that man. Is it Kyle Mears? And yes, it was Kyle Mears, caught by Ravichandran Ashwin. And 1 for 11 in his 3 overs, Hardik Pandya. And he's been the pick of the bowling thus far for the Indians.
Well, West Indies, who were 93% sure of winning according to Predictor, it's now down to 77.
Hardik Pandya settling, and he's still getting his fielders in place. Here he is now. He's running in to Devon Thomas, who is pulling this one. It's into the air and dropping just short of Dinesh Karthik, who is at deep backward square leg. Thomas has to settle for one. The score moves up by 1 to 113 for 4.
Yeah, DK on the back of his shirt, as that's what he's called by his teammates, and that just dropping short of him. So 113 for 4, 26 needed of 17 balls. Perhaps a boundary might make this look a little bit closer. It's still very much in the favor of the West Indies right now, but India have kept down the runs. The last over going for 4, the previous overs 7, 7, 8 and 4.
Yes, good going by the Indians. Avish Khan, who we would have expected, when he bowled that first over, it was a bit expensive. He still came back in and he was able to pick up a wicket. Pandya has settled and he is running in now, bowling to Paul. This one into the air. He could be out here, dropping again short of the fielder, who is coming in from that cover region. And we've seen 2 deliveries that has been spooned into the air and dropping in no man's land. It's 114 for 4 now. And that delivery again, very short. And it was climbing on the Rovman Paul. He was looking to make room to pull it into the onside. It took the top edge.
Yeah, didn't get in the right position, and luckily that one didn't carry the cover. It was halfway through the cover fielder who was on the on the edge of the circle, so that's why he's still out there. But the Indians have bowled well to the 2 new batters, Powell and Thomas.
Pandya now bowls to Powell. This one, well, Dev Thomas, sorry, and that one is right up there, and he can't do much with that. Played down to long on. He gets another one. So they are making it very difficult for the batsman to get the ball away.
2 overs after this one. A little bit surprised that Bhuvaneshwar Kumar has not bowled a bit more. Just 2 overs, none for 12. We also saw him bowl just a couple of overs in the last game. So Kumar, if he is brought into the attack here, will just have 1 more over to bowl.
India's 127 for 6 in 18 overs, at the end of 18 overs. So we'll have to see where the West Indies end up here after this over. That will make the final 2 overs very interesting. Powell, in the meantime, has changed his piece of willow. And he is now come back in as he's settling to face up to Hardik Pandya, who is past the umpire quickly. And Powell is pulling powerfully. But that long on fielder is quite wide there. That's Yadav, and he only gets 1.
Yeah, well, in terms of the options still, after this over, you would expect that the 19th over will be bowled by Arshdeep Singh. There still are some options. Jadeja still has 1. Bhuvaneshwar Kumar still has 2 overs to bowl. Avish Khan still has a couple of overs. So Rohit Sharma has some options. Has he made a mistake by not bringing back Kumar, who's very good in the death?
Well, I feel like Rohit Sharma is going to give that final over to Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. Here's Pandya. This one is pulled away mightily. A welcome 6 for Devon Thomas and the West Indies. That's a big hit. My oh my, Devon Thomas, you beauty.
Well, they needed that, the West Indies, and they got it in a big way there from Devon Thomas. That one high over mid-wicket, shorter delivery from Pandya, but Thomas was into position well, and he knew immediately that he'd gotten all of that. That's gone, and the West Indies applaud in their dugout. That one flew out of the ground and cleared the rope by some margin.
88 meters, that one. Here's Pandya. This one full, undriven by Thomas. And he will get 1. So it's now down to 2 more overs to go here in this second T20 International. West Indies, they need to go at 8. They need 16 from the final 12 balls.
So a good over here for the West Indies. They picked up 11 runs in that over, 16 off 12. That is more like it for the West Indies. Their current run rate 6.83. The required rate, as you can tell, is 8 and over.
Yeah, and I don't think Pandya would be happy there with how he finished this spell off. You know, minus that 6, they would have needed 24. That would have looked a different story for the West Indians. But good going by Devon Thomas just to ramp the run scoring up a bit. And Jason Holder to come, Odin Smith, Akil Hussain. These are the guys to follow.
They can hit it a long way, each of them. So the West Indies still have some firepower here. Maybe a little bit surprised that the West Indies didn't send in one of them, but not to take anything away from Devon Thomas and Rovman Powell, who are also very destructive batsmen on their day.
And looks as though Arshdeep Singh is going to bowl this penultimate over. He's conceded 20 runs in his 3 overs. And hasn't picked up a wicket today. Devon Thomas is going to take strike to him. And Powell is on 5. Thomas is on 18. The score 123 for 4. The atmosphere is electric at the moment at Warner Park for this finish. It's a foolish delivery, and that's driven down to long off. He'll get 1. He'll have to settle for that, and only that.
That's what he's going to do through all of this over here. Arshdeep Singh going to keep it as full as possible. And that time, Thomas picking up the single, but Thomas 19 of 16. He labored at the start, but he has started to motor now. Powell still yet to get into it. 5 of 7 deliveries.
Yeah, and Powell, I don't think he needs to do that much. Thomas is in there for a while, so maybe just turn over the strike if he doesn't feel comfortable, Rovman Powell. But knowing him, he will go for it as well. He's someone who can hit the ball a long way, and there's a number of fans who have turned up here today on this Monday afternoon to witness the West Indies game here at Warner Park. And what an atmosphere it is.
Backward point and mid-on in place. Mid-on a little bit wide here for Arshdeep Singh.
Arshdeep Singh, he's ensuring everything is set. And he is coming in now. He bowls to Powell, and he's bowled him. Big wicket here for Arshdeep Singh and the Indians. He picks up his first of the afternoon. And what a time to get it. Rovman Powell looking to go over long on. And he strikes the Arshdeep Singh. He castles Rovman Powell for just 8 runs.
That's what he's in the side for. Very good in the death. And that was a fuller delivery. Maybe not as full as he would have wanted it, but it doesn't matter because Powell missed and he hit in between the off and middle stump. And Powell has gone for 5 runs. And that is exactly what India wanted at this point. 124 for 5.
Yeah, 5 of 8 deliveries, Rovman Powell. That's all he'll get today, the vice-captain. So the vice-captain and the captain not getting off today for the West Indians. The captain as well for India. He didn't get off today. It's not the day for the captains and the vice-captains, Vidya.
Yes, and another good day for the leaders today. It's a high-pressure game, and Puran especially under a lot of pressure, losing those 3 one-day internationals, 9 in a row, and then 10 games in a row the West Indies have lost with that first T20. He's under pressure, and perhaps seeing the West Indies' chances of winning this game taking a real dent now. The prediction for win is the West Indies back up to 88.
Yes, and I'm not too sure what Rovman Powell was doing there. He was looking to flick that, the feet not going anywhere. And again, you're saying that this is what Arshdeep Singh is going to be doing. He's going to get those deliveries right up there and make it difficult for these batsmen to get on and to maneuver it, you know, to either side of the pitch. So it's going to be the big hitting Odin Smith. And now coming out to the middle. Good move, Vidya.
Odin Smith, yeah, they want to end it quickly here. And Odin Smith, if anybody is capable of doing it, it is going to be him. Out of the 3, between him, among him, Hussain and Holder, he's the biggest hitter.
This time, delivery that's pitched up to Odin Smith and just driving it out into the offside to cover. And he gets 1, but there's a misfield now. There, the fielder throwing that one at the stumps. And not good backing up there by the fielder. And they get 2.
It was Khan who came in and had a shy at the stumps. Was pretty close, but tell you what, Smith was in there quickly. And as soon as the ball went past the stumps, he was off and running. By the time the fielder backing up got it, Smith was already half the way going down. Well, none of these Jamaicans seems to be very slow, are they? Very fast. Good turn and a good run back to get 2.
Lots of muscle on the body of Odin Smith, but he's still able to run quickly.
Well, if there is muscle, it's fast twitch because he's a very powerful man.
Ashdeep Singh passes the umpire now again. He bowls and swing, and Smith is swinging and missing, and that's a dot delivery. You don't want to pile up on the dot deliveries here, Odin Smith. Ashdeep Singh 1 for 23 in 3.4. Smith is on 2. Thomas is on 19.
12 of 7 deliveries. The West Indies need 7, make that 8 deliveries. The West Indies need a boundary here.
They need that boundary, as you said. 13 from 8. And Odin Smith, you want to get into his work quickly here now. Ashdeep Singh, 1 for 23. What a spell this has been for the Indians. Both him and Pandya leading the way. He starts his run up. He's running in. Passes umpire. Bowls a full delivery. That's driven down to long off. He'll get 1. He may be looking for 2. He won't get it. That's good fielding by Pandya at long off. It's coming in quickly. And another run to the total of the West Indians. It's 127 for 5. 12 off 7 now. It's getting very close.
Yeah, it's getting a lot closer, and India have done well to pull things back. Ashdeep Singh just 4 runs in this over. And what was great about that bit of fielding by Pandya, not only was he there quickly, he released it very, very quickly, and the batsman decided they weren't going for the second run.
Yeah, Thomas is on strike now. He's on 19, and if you want anybody to be on strike, it's going to be Devon Thomas at this stage. And I think Ashdeep Singh just moving that third man fielder a bit straighter before he bowls this final delivery of his spell and of the 19th over. Here he is now into Thomas. Thomas is driving uppishly over cover. He could get 2 here, Devon Thomas, and he will. So at the end of 19 overs, 1 more over to go in this contest. West Indies chasing 139 for victory. They are 129 for 5. Devon Thomas, he's set on 21. Smith, Odin Smith that is on 3. And the West Indies, they require another 10 of 6 deliveries.
Wow, what a nail biter we're having on our hands here. Well, we had a blowout in the first game of the series at Taruba. This one is a lot closer. India 138 all out. The West Indies 129 for 5. Boy, it's going to be close, but I think the West Indies, if they can get a boundary early in this over, that will certainly take the pressure off and they could go on to victory.
I'm sure they will be looking for that boundary, and Odin Smith is going to be on strike. Double of the final delivery of the last over would see Devon Thomas at the non-strikers end. Avish Khan is going to be charged with the responsibility of bowling the final over.
So
and
Kumar is just going to bowl 2 overs for the game. That again, once again, not getting the confidence of the captain.
yeah, that's very surprising. Not seeing Bhuvaneshwar Kumar at the back end. Very early on in his career, he's been charged with this responsibility. He's been known as a death bowler as well, a good death bowler as well as an opening bowler, Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. But now he has not been given this opportunity in the final 2 games. And Odin Smith, I think he really needs to do something here for the West Indies team. But what a moment this would be for Avish Khan if he can, win this game for the Indians.
Yeah, it certainly gave him a lot of confidence after that poor start to his ODI career. Very expensive at the Queen's Park Oval. Now a change of scenery here for him on a pitch that more suits his type of bowling. Good opportunity for him here. He has to hold his nerve. 2 overs, 1 for 19.
Khan with the ball in his right hand, passes the umpire, bowls. That's a good delivery, right up into the block hole. No chance for Smith to pounce on it, and that's 1. Thomas is back on strike. 9 from 5.
Yeah, good ball, and that's what he's going to bowl. He's going to bowl full. Let's see if he goes pace off here. That one was a good delivery, very full outside the off stump, trying to get that Yorker up there. Missed his length, but not by a lot, and it was only 1 that time to Smith, who's on 4 of 4. Thomas, who's on 21 of 70. Oh, that is a no ball, my. That's a late call, and it's a free hit. That is exactly what the West Indies would have wanted. So 2 runs. And not a ball delivered in the last over. Wow. Big mistake here by Khan.
8 from 6 now. Very big no ball there from Avish Khan. That was clearly over the line.
Yeah, he was cutting the line, but the line belongs to the umpire. And a mistake here by Avish Khan. And for those people who are suggesting that Kumar should have bowled the last over, they might be saying at this point, see what we said.
Is Avish Khan, he needs to go well here. Rohit Sharma would have settled him down. He's into Thomas, short, crashed away by Devon Thomas, and that's a big hit. A welcome maximum, and that takes West Indies closer to victory. 2 from 5 now, and that no ball costing the Indians mightily.
Yeah, that was very, very poor there from Avish Khan. He's come back into the team, didn't play the first game. Balls and no ball to start off the last over with only 10. They got the single, so West Indies got 2 there. 8 needed of 5 deliveries, and he bowls a short delivery. Boy, Thomas really hit that well.
The fans on the mound was ducking for cover as that one went onto the mound. And 2 more runs now required, denting the confidence of good old Avish Khan, the man from Indore in Madhya Pradesh. And he's now bringing up that fielder from deep mid-wicket. And here he is now into Devon Thomas. This one short, cut away nicely, and that could be the game done and dusted, and it is! West Indies' first victory of the series comes off the bat of Devon Thomas coming into this game, and Devon Thomas, you absolute beauty, crushing that one backward of point. It ran along the boundary for 4, and Avish Khan, again, he doesn't get it right here for the Indians. You have to feel for him. West Indies, they win by 5 wickets.
Yeah, Devon Thomas doing the business here for the West Indies. A 6 and a 4 to end off things, but Avish Khan, a really big mistake at the start with that no ball, and that brought about the free hit away for 6 runs, and then the next one, lovely shot by Devon Smith to get the boundary, and he has done his job well here. So Devon Smith ends with 31. Devon Thomas, sorry, ends with 31 of 19 deliveries, 2 sixes and 1 4. Odin Smith ends on 4 of 4 deliveries. West Indies win by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare. So a win finally for the West Indies. They've broken the sequence of 4 losses in a row against India.
A Dinesh Karthik-like innings there from Devon Thomas, and he must be a happy man. Coming in, getting his opportunity and seizing it and making full advantage of this opportunity. West Indies 141 for 5 in response to India's 139, and this has been a clinical performance with the ball and with the bat for the West Indies.
Yeah, close game indeed between these two. India bowled out for 138. The bulk of the scoring done by Pandya, getting 31, 24 for Pant, 27 for Jadeja. But the story of the day really has to be Owen McCoy. His 6 for 17, resulting in India bowled out for 138. His last over, he got 3 wickets.
Yeah, it was an excellent spell of bowling for Obed McCoy, really leading the way and, starting the game well. And it lifted the confidence of the team heading into this batting effort. Nicholas Puran asked his batsmen to, show some consistency. And also, he said he had confidence in his batsmen to do well. And, Brandon King coming in today and playing like a true leader at the top of the order. 68 or 52, really, setting that platform for the West Indian batsmen like Devon Thomas, who would have taken the game home.
It certainly did. He set up things nicely with that 68 or 52, but Thomas coming up and finishing out things well. Many people would have really questioned the return of Devon Thomas at his age, but he's been a consistent performer in T20 cricket and comes back and shows exactly why. That would silence the critics to a large point as to why Devon Thomas is back. 31 of 19 deliveries, 2 sixes and a 4 to take the West Indies across the line. Here's the West Indies innings. Brandon King bowled Avish Khan 68. Kyle Mayers caught Ashwin, bowled Pandya for 8. Nicholas Puran caught Yadav, bowled Ashwin 14. Hetmeyer caught and bowled Jadeja 6. Rahman Powell bowled Arshdeep Singh 5. Odin Smith not out 4. Devon Thomas not out 31. West Indies 141 for 5 of 19.2 overs, winning the game by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare. As for India, they're bowling Bhuvaneshwar Kumar, 2 overs, none for 12. That's going to be debated. That may have been a big mistake by Rohit Sharma. Arshdeep Singh 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 26. Ravindra Jadeja 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. Ravichandran Ashwin 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 32. Hardik Pandya 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 22. And Avesh Khan 2.2 overs, none for 31. And again, the most expensive bowler for India. His economy rate 13.28. The next most expensive bowler was Ashwin, who had an economy rate of 8. That is certainly going to be a question mark. He was the man who was brought in for this game, and that has proven to be the dividing line.
Yeah, definitely. So you have to feel it for the Indians, and I still can't understand why Rohit Sharma didn't use Bhuvaneshwar Kumar. Not sure if there was a niggle in between the innings, and that's why Bhuvaneshwar Kumar didn't feature. But we'll have to wait and
he was on the field.
Yeah,
he's there. He's on the field. He has to be fit. So that's the thing. So that will be the question that will be asked a lot of the captain of India as to why he made that choice. Now, he did talk about the fact that India will drop games every now and again, and as soon as he talks about that, they drop the next match to the West Indies by 5 wickets. And this is a morale-boosting victory here for the West Indies in this game, and certainly if they can win the next game tomorrow, India will come hard at them, of course, tomorrow. But if they can win that match tomorrow, that will certainly set up this series very well.
Yeah, and the captain, Nicholas Pooran of the West Indies team, I think he would welcome this victory, and why wouldn't he? He would be very happy because, you know, he had a string of losses as a skipper, and now getting that victory, you know, he must be a happy man.
Right, so that's the situation here. West Indies have won by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare, and the West Indies, well, Obed McCoy, I guess, would be my man of the match here. I don't know what your thoughts on that would be.
Definitely Obed McCoy, 6 for 17. I don't think you can give anyone else that man of the match award.
Yeah, Obed McCoy would certainly be our bet, and you'll find out more later on. But that's all we have for you here. And the news is from Warner Park that the West Indies have won this match by 5 wickets with 4 balls to spare. India 138. West Indies 141 for 5, winning this game with still 4 balls unused. This has been a 360 production, and on behalf of Hisham Lalman and our technical operator Jason Prasad, I'm Vinny Ramphal saying goodbye for now from Warner Park.